So like, I started playing again on this Nuzlocke shit, right? And like, so in Pokemon X and Pokemon Y, there's like these hidden trainers that you like can't see that are like on a higher plane than you, and if they lock eyes with you, you don't have to fight them, because like they're specifically asking you to like fight what they call a sky battle. So it's like you can only use flying Pokemon in those battles, and like but because it's like this stupid randomizer shit, right? They don't have flying Pokemon right now. They have a Cyndaquil and a Phanpys. Yeah, so, but what I'm freaking out about is, for some reason, wait, who this just happened to? I guess I don't know. Yeah, like, okay. So the only flying Pokemon I have is the Salamence, and so it put the Salamence up there. But then next to it, I have a level 99 shiny Bulbasaur that has a Japanese name, and it says it's like currently what's it called, in its like what do they call it in this game, in its mega evolution form, but there is no mega evolution form for a Bulbasaur, and it's got, yeah, it's level 999, it's got 999 health. I don't understand what's going on. I didn't do anything. I thought, when I first saw this, I thought that like something horrible had happened to one of my Pokemon. But no, it doesn't even seem to be here. Like, I can see it, but I can't pick a move for it or anything. It's just sitting here. Oh fuck, am I fucked? Mm. This is ridiculous. I don't know what I'm gonna do right now. I think they're gonna kill my guy. They just put me to sleep. And the other one has Hex, so they're just like fucking me up. I can't do anything. Okay. Oh my god.
Simon, that's more about love and sex and includes a confession from him.
And the reason I don't have that much to say about sex is because I don't have a lot of experience in that area. Some people think I do, but they don't. And if I let people think that I had some experience with someone, well, it really isn't fair to that person that I didn't have the experience. So I'd like to say I'm sorry to that person, and I should have acted more mature.
Corey and Topanga make up, but also important is how Mr. Affini admits he might have been wrong.
Perhaps this project is going to serve some purpose after all. I'm shocked.
Me too.
What makes this dynamic particularly interesting is that both
You gonna
teachers
die,
have a
Georgia?
point. The
Oh
assignment
my
did
god.
spiral out of control.
Oh
and for
my
a little while,
god.
it made Topanga's life horrible. But it was also in that adversity that Corey was able to rise to the occasion, though it seems a bit unfair for him to have learned a lesson at the expense of someone else. It did
Wow.
reveal an important gender dynamic when it comes to sex and gossip, though, and how it benefits the boys while hurting the girls, and that it was the side in power that needed to learn the lesson, not the side that's victimized. But above all the lessons learned in this episode, what caught my eye was how the clashing styles of Mr. Feeney and Mr. Turner reveal that neither one is entirely right. Mr. Turner overestimated how well the kids would handle talking about sex, and Mr. Feeney underestimated them. In these seasons, the series is very much about replacing the idea of the always wise and unerring Mr. Feeney with an alternative to that style of teaching, suggesting that it's not that kids can only learn through classic methods, but also the question on how to educate kids is a negotiation between old and new techniques, ideally finding the optimal way of moving forward by experimenting with what new stuff might work while holding on to the old stuff that still does. This episode also marks part of the small drift Corey and Topanga had towards one another throughout the second season. It wouldn't be happening all at once, but series creator Michael Jacobs explained this was an idea he had early on. I thought, what's going to happen with this boy confused by life? What would be the stabilizing influences? And I thought he would want to discover and find love forever, and we pretty much decided early on that wouldn't it be great if we could do a show about a kid who knew what he wanted? Fell in absolute love with somebody, and against every conceivable storyline we could come up, they would make it work. And that was something that we wanted early on. The second season's second episode, Pairing Off, introduces the world of dating to the series, and it would be a major focal point for the rest of its run. It also signified that this show would be going off alongside its characters and its audience.
Topanga, my girl, my friend, my girly friend. Believe me, I don't want this any more than you do, but everybody around here is pairing off, and I think you and I should spare ourselves a lot of uncoolness and walk through life together.
Corey and Topanga aren't quite ready to be a thing just yet.
Corey, when guys and girls go out, first they fall passionately in love. Then after a week they hate each other. So for one great passionate week, we lose a friendship that could last a lifetime.
I mean, if you are.
Corey, don't worry. I'm sure there's someone out there.
Give me a name!
Corey steps out in the world and has a few dates with other girls, though none of them last for very long. Although maybe he should have worked on his fashion sense a bit more. I'm not sure the plaid shirt on top of another plaid shirt on top of a third shirt was really working for him. But while these other girls give Corey a taste of dating life, he's consistently drawn closer to Topanga. And it's in season 3 that we see Corey and Topanga get closer in the episode My Best Friend's Girl, where Sean decides to push things along.
You were right, Sean. I mean, you warned me this would happen.
I did?
Yeah, you said Topanga looked hot. And if I waited too long, some other guy was gonna move right in.
I did.
I brought this on. I can only blame myself. I just wonder who asked you.
I did.
Wait, have I caught a Pokemon on this route?
Driven by jealousy, Corey finally asks out Topanga.
I think I didn't have a way to do it before.
If I
Rock
had to turn
smashing,
on-
I only just started doing it.
She wouldn't even come close to you. Would you be my girlfriend?
And of course, Corey and Sean remain bros.
So set up. Come here. Oh, thank you.
As the Corey and Topanga relationship develops, we learn more about their history with one another.
And then Eric came outside and started teasing us.
He said, Corey loves Topanga. I said, yeah, I hate her.
That's when I knew.
Corey, we were only 6.
Who cares?
Corey and Topanga's history before the start of the show changes throughout the years, but more important than the messy continuity is how these changing stories establish their deep romantic connection, presenting young love as something eternally true. A love story like this sticks out like a sore thumb, particularly in the present day where most relationships have traded romanticism for realism. It's probably here that the series feels most unreal, although it's done in a way that isn't quite as simple as the fairy tale it's often remembered as. Aside from Corey and Topanga needing 2 seasons to even start dating, they break up very quickly, 11 episodes later, in The Grass is Always Greener.
Or maybe the people who end up hating each other are the people who waited too long to break up.
So are you saying you want to break up with me?
I'm saying I want to keep caring about you as much as I care about you now.
And we should break up right away so we can still stay great friends.
Which we've always been.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll never change, right?
Yeah.
It would be another 9 episodes before we see them reconcile when they go to Disney World in The Happiest Show on Earth.
We did break up for a reason, right?
Yeah, we did.
And that reason was...
So we could get back together.
A cynical reading of an episode like this would be how Cory and Topanga are meant to be together insofar that they are brought together by the corporate facsimile of magic. The needs for sitcom romances to end happily, and they reconcile another corporate facsimile of magic, Disney World. But I think it would be unfair to write this romance off entirely. It took Cory and Topanga nearly 2 seasons to reach this point after all, struggling to come to terms with their feelings and then making an effort to stay together. And this would hardly be the storybook ending for the couple as they had more challenges to come in the future. The romanticism of this pairing confronts the harsh reality of the real world. It's a small example of how idealism can survive the crushing weight of the cynical world, but only if the people involved are willing to do the work to stay together. And far from being perfect, they stumble and fall along the way. That's what helps make this couple feel relatable. They represent the good of the old that overcomes the challenges of the new. The idea that love, when it's real, can overcome anything, so long as you don't give up on it. A few notes before leaving these seasons, there were several changes to the cast. When the character Harley exits the series, he's briefly replaced by Adam Scott as Griff. Griff wouldn't last long.
Whoa, Adam
He would be
Scott?
in the series in later seasons. Season 3 also introduced the character Eli Williams, the principal. played by Alex Desel. He was a friend of Mr. Turner and briefly a teacher at John Adams High School. Though with Mr. Turner playing less of a role in Season 4, his friend exited the series entirely at the end of Season 3. The biggest departure was saying goodbye to the original Morgan in Season 2. Lily Nixay was not terribly happy being on the show, so it was decided she would leave. She would be replaced halfway through Season 3 by Lindsay Ridgway. As for why we didn't see Morgan for so long, she explains that it was a very long time out. And later in Season 3 we find out why she got that time out.
A month? I got more the time I said.
Morgan! You get up to your room there!
You said turn it up or turn it down?
I gotta learn self-control.
As Boy Meets World matured, so too did the type of stories it told. The simpler ideas of listening to your teacher in the first season gave way to more complicated relationships with authority in the second and third. And through the character of Sean, class dynamics and expectations began to make their way through the safe middle-class bubble we had first met him in. In Season 4 and 5, this became increasingly more pronounced, in particular as more of Sean's family became part of the story. With Mr. Turner out and Chet Hunter in as Sean's father figure, we get a better sense of where Sean came from and how that shaped him. In Fishing for Verna, we meet Sean's mother, Verna, played by Shireen Mitchell, ready to try being a family again with the Hunter men.
I'm gonna be the best father you could have. I guess up till now I've been keeping it a secret.
Dad? Secret's out.
Chet tries to be a better father by getting a stable job as the school janitor.
Dad? Mr. Hunter?
Chet Hunter, Educational Custodial Services. Normal job for normal people.
Sean is eventually drawn into a fight with a kid mocking his father. When Sean makes a trip to the principal's office, Mr. Feeney offers to fire Chet, knowing Sean would eventually realize he doesn't want to take away his father's first steady paycheck.
There it is. Dad's first paycheck. Well, looky here. And I earned it, I really did.
In addition to Sean learning an important lesson, what was particularly nice about this episode was featuring someone working a janitorial job who doesn't, and shouldn't, feel any shame about it.
You don't have to do that, Sean.
I know I don't. I know you don't either.
Chet may not have been the best dad, but in the fourth season, he makes an effort to be better, and that happens to start with working a job to support his family. And it serves as a reminder that people's lives can take a number of turns for a variety of reasons, whether it be a few bad choices or just some bad luck. It doesn't matter nearly as much as treating them with respect and acknowledging the hard work they do. This job isn't a punishment for Chet's mistakes, but an opportunity to start making things right. It also shows us that these are people with lives and families who take some pride in joy in their work. The episode where Verna returned similarly took a moment to acknowledge the school cafeteria lunch server as well, revealing how the Hunter family is strongly connected to working class characters. Although these are small gestures in the grand scheme of things, they are appreciated nonetheless. Sean's family also offers a glimpse into more class dynamics when his parents depart, and in the fifth season we meet Sean's half-brother, Jack, played by Matthew Lawrence. Jack is not to be confused with Sean's other brother, Eddie, who we briefly meet and then never hear about again in the Season 3 episode, The Pink Flamingo Kid. Jack joins Boy Meets World in Season 5 opener, Brothers. Whereas Sean grew up in poverty with their father, Jack lived comfortably with his mother and her new husband. Although they have trouble getting along because of their time apart, they do at least partially reconcile by the end of the episode, and moving together as Chet takes off once again.
Hey, welcome to your new home, bud.
Thanks. Comes with hardwood floors, high ceilings, and a brother.
And their other roommate is Corey's brother Eric. Throughout the series, Jack's posh upbringing would create a divide between the two and serve as a constant reminder of where these two characters came from. Michael Jacobs explained the decision to include Jack in an interview saying, "Tony's character and Alex Desert, who played Eli Williams, all of these wonderful teachers were very beneficial to us, but it was always a coming-of-age comedy, and these teachers had long since come of age. But we felt that where the magnifying glass needed to be was on the generation that was coming of age, and that's why we added Jack." Over time, we would see less of these class dynamics as part of Sean's stories, as another plotline would dominate his stories in later seasons, and Jack would appear more often in stories with Eric. But in these seasons, it was established that in the comfy middle-class space of Boy Meets World, Sean would sometimes take the role of an outsider, his lower-class past and absent parents reminding him that he doesn't quite fit in. Another important addition to Sean's side of the stories was the arrival of Angela Moore, played by Trina McGee. Although just a random student in her first appearance, she would play a much bigger role in the episode I Love You, Donna Karen, where Sean, growing dissatisfied with his 2-week limit dating life, falls for the owner of a lost purse.
And what if it's not as good as what I have now?
With the purse?
Just drop it, Corey.
Listen, what are you so afraid of?
I'm afraid of getting hurt, okay? I mean, I've seen the pain on my father's face every time a woman walks out because he's not good enough.
Sean, you are not your father.
Sean later finds out the items in the purse belonged to Angela, who he had just broken up with, and he's suddenly filled with regrets. And after a bit of back and forth on the subject, the two eventually begin dating once again, only this time for longer than 2 weeks. The relationship would be a part of the rest of Season 5, but it was later seasons that we would more fully explore this dynamic. As the series matured, it began tackling bigger social issues, so much so that a number of episodes would be devoted to challenging topics. In the episode Dangerous Secret, Corey suspects Sean is hooking up with Claire, a girl in their class, only to find out that Claire has been staying with Sean to get away from her abusive father.
Okay, Claire and I aren't doing anything. We never have. The reason she's been staying at my place, her dad hits her.
What do you mean he hits her?
At night, sometimes. He yells a lot and beats her up.
Claire fears her father is untouchable as he happens to be a bank vice president, and even though the episode ends with Claire going to the police, it only holds the vague hope that something might improve with her father going to therapy. The story related back to the main cast in a more roundabout way. When Corey thought Sean was having sex, he started pushing that line with Topanga, only to realize he shouldn't base his decision on social pressure, but instead on whether he and Topanga were both ready. In cult fiction, feeling disconnected from the world, Sean decides to join a cult.
Do you believe in a mother and a father and a comfortable house and a comfortable street because that's what you have? Well, I don't have that. So I found something with these people.
Yeah, but who are these people?
Stop trying to take away what I have. I don't do that to you.
Eventually, when Mr. Turner is in a motorcycle accident, Corey talks some sense into Sean.
Turner took care of you. He loves you. And you love him. Is that real? Or are Mr. Mack and the center real? You decide, but you cannot go.
This episode hits on the familiar Sean theme of feeling disconnected from the world and the need for a home. This episode is also, weirdly, the last time we see Mr. Turner in Boy Meets World. And in If You Can't Be With the One You Love, Sean develops a drinking problem.
Nobody's listening to me, okay? I drink this stuff because I like it. It makes me feel good. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? I have no problem.
Okay, maybe we don't have to talk about this in front of everybody. Let's just go out into the hall.
Go.
I don't like that you drink. Call me when you don't.
Aside from one relapse in a later season, Sean's alcoholism is largely wrapped up in this episode. Most sitcoms have a small collection of very special episodes. Very special episodes being particularly dramatic episodes that tackle social issues. But Boy Meets World seemed to have multiple very special episodes every season. For a family sitcom, it very aggressively went after these serious topics, and that might speak to why it continued to resonate over the years. Boy Meets World did have a tendency to wrap these stories up a bit quickly. Sean joining and escaping a cult really leaps to mind as a wonder how such a traumatic event could be encapsulated in a little over 20 minutes. It's helped by playing to common themes of the character, but it still feels like a stretch. What these episodes reveal are a lot of good intentions beyond the capacity of a 20-minute family sitcom, even one that's relatively well put together like Boy Meets World. It also reveals the limitations of its themes. Unless the problem was simple and relatable, it didn't fit the format particularly well, and the ones that reached across multiple episodes tended to be more broad and less specific than a drinking disorder. It's also worth thinking about how these series began with the idea of school and other places being safe staging grounds for these short lessons. If these traumas persisted, it would change the tone of the show and make Boy Meets World a very different experience, one that might have been too intense for its younger audience, meaning they wouldn't see depictions of these issues at all. There is no right or wrong answer in the best approach to very special episodes, just varying degrees of success or failure based on the premise, characters, and theme a show has to work with. In these seasons, the show also started to drift towards more high-concept episodes, that is, single episodes with a unique premise that allow the characters to be placed in some strange contexts. An early example from Season 3 is I Was a Teenage Spy, where Corey is shocked by a microwave and sent back to the 1950s.
Do me a favor, would ya?
Anything you want.
Would you look at me that way I don't like?
I thought you said it scared you.
It does.
It was a cute episode that foreshadowed Cory and Topanga getting back together during their third season breakup. In season 4's 16 Candles and 400-Pound Men, Cory and Sean offer advice to Frankie to better connect with his father, who happens to be WWF/WWE wrestler Vader, and they end up at a wrestling match. And in Eric Hollywood, Eric is invited to join the cast of a sitcom called Kid Gets Acquainted with Universe, where he meets a fictionalized version of the cast of the show.
I don't know, Shane. I got a real bad feeling about this one. You know, I've never done anything like this before. Oh, man.
We're doing this story again? How many times have we done this, Matt? 100,000? He's yelling again. Stop the yelling. You know, how can I learn so much every week and still be so stupid?
But the most popular high-concept episode of the series, and maybe the most popular episode of the series, is Season 5's And Then There Was Sean. Loosely inspired by the Scream movies, this episode sees everyone trapped in the school at night, with the murderer slowly picking them off, while Sean recounts various horror movie tropes.
If you've seen as many horror films as I have, this is classic. The locked door, the scared janitor, the bloody warning, and our soon-to-be first victim.
Me? Why me? Well, Kenny, it's certainly not going to be any of us. What are you doing?
The episode isn't just unique in its premise, it's also shot to look more like a horror movie, with camera angles and movements you wouldn't usually see in a sitcom. It even had the gall to murder Mr. Feeney.
I knew it was you all along. What's the big lesson? What were you trying to teach us?
The episode does a great job of playing with horror movie tropes and delivering some solid jokes.
Well, is any one of us safe?
Yeah, virgins. Virgins never die. All right. Thanks for saving me.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'll get as sick as you can get without actually dying.
It also included a special guest appearance from Jennifer Love Hewitt, who was seen in I Know What You Did Last Summer a few months prior. The episode was notoriously difficult to film because the cast broke down laughing for hours at a time, but in spite of those difficulties, the finished product came together so well that it became a fan favorite. Part of the reason for Boy Meets World's success, and why the show was so often able to take these kinds of chances, was because of its below-the-radar status. Michael Jacobs was fairly protective of his show, and the network, rather than deal with lengthy conversations about what the show was doing, let him do as he pleased so long as the numbers were stable. Writer Strong describes how that influenced the audience. When we stepped out of the box with an episode like this, it kind of felt like we were in our own little corner of the playground, and no one was paying attention. Which means, in a way, we were thumbing our nose at expanding our audience, and by definition, building a cult following. Even though And Then There Was Sean was a bit of fun, it still connected back to one of the main through lines of the series in an important way. By the end of the episode, the whole experience is revealed to be a bad dream of Sean's, though in the dream, the killer is revealed to be Sean himself. As for why he's killing his friends, it's revealed in this moment.
Why are you doing this to us?
Sean is tearing the world apart because he can't stand that Cory and Topanga have broken up again. Yes, broken up again, and that's as good a transition as any to give us a brief rundown of what the fated couple of Cory and Topanga were doing in seasons 4 and 5. At the end of season 3, our happy couple was still together, but they started facing more hardships part of the way through season 4. In the two-parter A Long Walk to Pittsburgh, Topanga is devastated to learn that her family is moving from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, putting her relationship with Cory in jeopardy.
I don't care if I have to walk to Pittsburgh. Nothing's gonna come between us, all right? We're gonna be together for the rest of our lives. So there.
Cory's refusal to acknowledge the truth is tough to watch.
We're leaving for Pittsburgh.
No, you're not moving because we're supposed to be together like we've always talked about. So you can't move because we don't deserve that kind of pain.
Will you just give me a hug and a kiss and say goodbye to me?
No.
Goodbye, Cory.
As the weeks drag on and Cory's loved ones try to help him move on, he gets increasingly frustrated not hearing from Topanga, and he's about ready to give up.
I'm sure you'll be real happy to know that I'm not gonna go to Pittsburgh, okay?
Why not? You and Topanga have a fight?
No fight. I just realized that I'm the one making all the phone calls. I'm the one writing all the letters, but I will not be the one who travels 300 miles to be rejected and look like a fool. So if life doesn't want me and Topanga together, then you can't fight life, can you?
Corey.
Hang on.
This might be my favorite moment in the whole series. Part of it is the reaction from the audience, and part of it is seeing how passionate young love can be. Topanga has run away from home, and even though Corey's parents aren't thrilled, he offers his own definition of love in an effort to keep them together.
When I'm better because she's here. Now she won't be.
In other shows, this wouldn't be working. It's so sweet, it's practically dripping honey. But somehow, Boy Meets World manages to walk this line without falling on its face. It does require the audience to be willing to believe in Corey and Topanga, believe in the idea of young love being something special that can last the test of time. This feeling is only underscored when Topanga's Aunt Prudence arrives, as she's played by Olivia Hussey, who famously played Juliet in 1968 Franco Zeffirelli's film adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. It's Topanga's aunt who offers her a place to stay in Philadelphia so she could spend her last year of high school in the place she's familiar with, among her friends, and, most importantly, with Corey. This might have been the best episode for the Corey and Topanga relationship, even though it's complete fantasy, unbearably sentimental, and still somehow works. It's the comfort you don't get with the more cynical TV
Why
that
are
was
you breaking
popularized in
things?
later years. Maybe this is why it's such a strong symbol of youth and nostalgia. Would we believe true love could happen at 16? And nothing was more important than being with the person you cared the most about. Corey and Topanga are seesawing between fantasy and reality, and after a bit of fantasy in Season 4, it would swing back to reality in Season 5. In Heartbreak Corey, the senior class goes on a ski trip to Mount Sun Lodge, where Corey sprains his ankle getting off the bus, leaving him at the lodge while everyone else goes skiing.
What?
I just washed all the dishes and the sink is full of dishes again. What happened?
They were in my room. I'm sorry. You didn't wash them all. There were dishes in my room.
Keeping him company is Lauren, played by Linda Cardellini, an employee at the lodge.
Lauren. Thanks, it's been the best day with a mildly sprained ankle I've ever had.
Corey ends up talking with Lauren throughout the night, and on the next day lies about his ankle still being sore, so he's once again trapped at the lodge. With Lauren.
I wasn't expecting you, but sometimes people take you by surprise. Surprise.
Corey tells the truth to Topanga about having spent the night talking to Lauren, but he leaves out the part about the kiss. Corey says goodbye to Lauren, though she leaves him with a letter, which Topanga finds at the end of the episode. Topanga confronts Corey about the letter in the next episode, and in the episode after that one, torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool, Lauren shows up in Philadelphia.
Corey! What are you doing here?
I just spent 4 hours on a bus. Corey, can you give me something better than what you're doing here?
I'm meeting Topanga here, okay? And I don't want her to see us together.
Can't always get what you want.
Topanga tells Corey that if he isn't 100% sure about the two of them, he should spend some time with Lauren. So he does, and he spends the day talking to Lauren. Later on, Corey makes his decision.
I like Lauren. I like spending time with her. But I can live without her. I can't live without Topanga. It's no contest.
And then he talks to Topanga about the experience.
Corey, I can't see you anymore.
What?
Do you have any idea how many guys hit on me?
What are you talking about?
I never needed to test my feelings for you. I moved away from my parents in Pittsburgh to be close to you. But that you needed to see her. Just how you felt about me. I don't forgive you for that, Corey.
No! You told me to see her, Topanga. You told me to see how I felt.
And you listened.
It's gonna be okay.
No. No, it won't.
What made this breakup so powerful was that it was a slow build over 3 episodes. A couple like Corey and Topanga can't end things with a single fight. It took time and a series of bad choices, and when it ends, it feels like a real ending. This is the episode that preceded, and then there was Sean. Episodes like these are in stark contrast to the more idyllic ones where Topanga goes to Corey in the rain, or the heartfelt moment in Topanga's room. It's a reminder that even supposedly perfect relationships are a lot of work, and that it's better to be honest than hide something from your partner. And it also reflects how the series has changed the lessons it was teaching, moving from stories about fitting into the wider world to how people fit into each other's lives. And the lessons are getting more complex and messy. That's why the stories have drifted away from the nice, tidy lessons learned at the close of each episode to lingering doubts and confusion. It reflects how some parts of the world aren't so easily learned from a speech delivered by Mr. Feeney. But the Corey and Topanga story didn't end here. In Starry Night, Topanga meets a guy named Ricky, played by Jonathan Jackson, and is taken by his deep love of art. Unsure of whether or not she's ready to move on, she tries taking Corey to see Van Gogh's Starry Night to get his impression of the piece.
Listen, you don't reduce our relationship to what you think about me because of what I see in a painting. That's not important. What matters is what I see in you and what you see in me.
What I see in you? Portrait of somebody I thought I knew. How were you able to spend the whole night talking to some girl, then kiss her the next day and still think you care about me?
Because I did, and I do.
You don't, or you wouldn't be able to do those things, Corey.
Those kind of things do not happen for no reason. They happen to teach you something. And I know now that I will never, ever love anybody more than I love you.
Topanga isn't satisfied with Corey's answer.
This is just a painting.
This is a masterpiece.
We're a masterpiece. And I don't care what you think right now. We're gonna be together forever. And I know that. But you still need to find that out. You know where I'll be.
Topanga decides to go out with Ricky, and when they kiss, she learns something.
Do you know what I felt when he kissed me?
Yeah, I probably do.
Nothing.
What?
I called him today to let him know I can't ever see him again.
You did?
Because I'm in love, Angela. I don't mean high school, I love you too. I mean, I am in love with Corey Matthews. And I want to be. There's nobody else in the world for me, and there never will be. I'm taken.
And all that's left is for them to get back together.
It's a beautiful painting.
But it's just a painting. We are real, and you always understood that. I love you. And will always love you.
With Corey and Topanga reconciled, the rest of the season will supposedly play out just fine, until they're faced with one more challenge. In Things Change, Topanga is offered a spot at Yale, which dashed the plans she's made with Corey to attend Pembroke University together.
Congratulations, Topanga. I mean that.
How did you know I was accepted?
I know the way my life works.
Corey tells Topanga she should take the chance to go to Yale. And in the season 5 finale, Graduation, Corey and his friends prepare to end their high school lives. And we get a cute cameo from Minkus.
Saying goodbye to people who've been around but we sort of lost touch with. Like you.
Well, I don't know. I guess there's nobody really like that. Hi, Minkus.
Oh, now it's high Minkus. For the last 4 years, it's like I haven't even been in the same school with you guys.
Well, no, I just never saw you around.
I was just in the other part of the school.
What other part of the school?
You know, over there.
Well, we don't go there.
Yeah, you go over there, you may never come back.
That's crazy. Hey, Mr. Turner, wait up.
More importantly, though, we find out what Topanga's decision is regarding Yale.
Mr. Feeney said I should go to Yale unless I have a really good reason not to.
Well, there isn't any good reason.
Actually, there is. Will you marry me?
As far as sitcom cliffhangers go, the unanswered proposal is a classic, and had this couple not just been put through the ringer for the last 10 episodes, it might have felt like it was coming out of nowhere. But in this case, it felt entirely natural. Part of that reason is because Cory and Topanga's relationship has always been too idyllic, so set in a romantic fantasy that it was hard to take seriously. But in seasons 4 and 5, it started to feel more real. The challenges were more difficult, and the answers were less obvious or certain. These were the seasons that pulled that relationship into the real world to test its ability to survive. And after going through some tough trials, it proved that it was the real thing. But this is a relationship built on an amorphous past, one that seemed destined. But the only reason it was destined is because of the traditional sentimentality that went into making the show. Boy Meets World is a very earnest series, not shying away from sensitive issues or social commentary. But at its heart, it's still a very traditional family sitcom. It has one foot in the present and another in the past. The show itself manifests this in the dynamic between Mr. Feeney and Mr. Turner in Season 2. This show is about how children become adults and the forces of constancy and change that shape them. And in this maelstrom of forces, Cory and Topanga make it through, with their romanticized version of love staying intact, now hardened by the harsh winds of reality. And ultimately, this might be the perfect symbol as to why the show became such a comforting favorite, because it tells you that through all the noise and fury, so long as you really work at it, everything's gonna be okay.
God is protecting the people in this little town. They live their lives and they come out of their houses and they see the sky. And they know God's protection and love. And that everything will be alright.
When this boy meets world.
Rather than keep everyone hanging, let's make one thing perfectly clear. Here is Cory's answer to Topanga's proposal.
Topanga, it's not every day that a guy gets asked a question like that, and it's not every day I can give you an So you got a ring for me or what?
That's a yes, by the way. While they tease a quick wedding afterwards, ultimately Cory and Topanga decide to have a long engagement instead. There are plenty of other changes in store for the cast in these final 2 seasons, aside from the impending nuptials. Most obviously, we see Cory, Topanga, Sean, and Angela all heading off to Pembroke University. Cory and Sean become roommates in their dorm, while Topanga and Angela do the same in their dorm. And this might be a good time to look at some of the other characters they're joining at Pembroke. Over the last 5 seasons, Eric Matthews has gone through a bit of a transformation. In earlier seasons, he was the cool older brother who always had a new date every week, but as the seasons progressed, that changed as the character became increasingly more silly. According to Will Friedle, the first sign of this was in the first season, when he got the chance to be in a scene with William Daniels. And he had to think of a funny way of throwing down a bag of fertilizer.
So, how would you like me to move this enormously heavy bag of fertilizer?
I hadn't planned on moving it at all.
Well, let me just effortlessly toss it over here then.
The lesson learned was to always go big in comedy, and over the years we would see Eric going further and further over the top.
Mr. Feeney? Mr. Feeney! Mr. Feeney! Mr. Feeney! Feeney! I'm just... Feeney! Feeney! Ow! Hey, what? What? Hey! Ow!
One fan theory as to why this is happening is because the series is told through the eyes of Cory, and part of growing up is seeing your cool, hip older brother for the goofball he really is. And while I would never rob someone of their interpretation, according to Friedle, behind the scenes it was about the writers, and Will Friedle, challenging each other to get increasingly ridiculous with the character, making him more akin to Friedle in real life, albeit amped up some. So in the final seasons, he would be completely off the wall, like coughing out winning lottery numbers or disguising himself as a couch.
You're crushing Eric.
With Eric not always being a perfect fit in the Corey, Sean, Topanga, and eventually Angela dynamic, Eric was given his own supporting cast, first with the arrival of Sean's brother Jack, who became Eric's roommate along with Sean, and then in season 6, when Sean moved out, a new roommate replaced him, Rachel McGuire, played by Maitland Ward. Michael Jacobs explains this evolution. We knew that Eric was succeeding beautifully as a character, but we also knew that Eric only involved with Sean and Corey seemed odd. We knew that what Eric really needed was somebody to play off of, and Matthew Lawrence was available, and it was a no-brainer to me. And we put them together and then decided to add Maitland Ward, and all of a sudden we had these wonderful secondary stories. The typical dynamic here was Eric and Jack fighting over the beautiful Rachel, though ultimately it was Jack who got the upper hand because it was funnier to see Eric fail.
Dude, come on.
Oh, boys, you know what? I can't figure out how to work the stopper in the bathtub. Can one of you please come show me?
Many of the B-plots were basic stories and thinly veiled excuses to give Will Friedle something funny to do on camera. Occasionally we would see Eric in some more serious stories, such as when he nearly adopted a young boy named Tommy he was mentoring. But generally speaking, Eric's stories were fun college adventures. What Eric best represents, though, is the persistence of friendship. Although his friendships with Jack and Rachel aren't as pronounced as, say, the Corey and Sean friendship, Eric is unusually talented when it comes to understanding people and friendships. In his Season 7 two-parter, the first episode titled The War, we see the bonds of this group tested during a series of increasingly harsh pranks. Jack, Rachel, and Angela make up one team, with Corey, Sean, and Topanga on the other team. Eric is left out because no one wants him on their team. Eventually, things get taken too far when Corey and Sean put up a revealing picture of Rachel in the student union. The prank war turns into a fight, and Corey makes an unfortunate comment.
Why are you all taking Rachel's side? You've known me and Sean all your life. You've known Rachel, what, a couple of years? Oh, Rachel, I'm really sorry. That's not how we think of you or anything.
No, it's not.
How stupid am I? I actually thought that you guys were my friends.
And things ripple out from there.
I guess it's no accident the way the teams are picked around here.
Yeah, what a coincidence, huh? Lifelongers versus... I guess I really don't know what we are. All right. It's you and me now.
Eric tries to make peace between everyone and then finds out the truth.
You weren't on anybody's side.
What's up, man? Everybody wanted me.
No, nobody wanted you.
What? Nobody wanted you on their team.
In the second part, titled Seven the Hard Way, Eric puts aside his bruised ego to work with Mr. Feeney to try and mend these broken friendships. It doesn't go particularly well.
Guys, Rachel's leaving here. Just write down how we feel about each other.
Oh, fine. Look at him side with Sean, his lover.
Oh, very tasteful, honey. Did you hear that, Sean?
Sean, his lover.
Shut up, Yoko.
Guys, Rachel left.
You know, that's perfect, right? Even when it's supposed to be about all of us, it always comes back to them.
Mm-hmm. It's never gonna change.
Why didn't you write anything down, huh? Well, shouldn't somebody go after her?
You were making way too much out of this.
It's just stupid little fights that no one's gonna remember after next week.
That may be, Mr. Matthews. But it's been my experience that stupid little fights have a way of escalating into stupid big fights, which can change the course of your future.
Even the closest of friends, Corey and Sean, might not be able to hold it together.
Come on. You're gonna let her come between the greatest friendship of all time?
I just need some time.
Okay. You take all the time you want.
The episode flashes forward 7 years to Mr. Feeney's retirement party to reveal that this fight shattered the group.
Haven't you and I spoken in 7 years? You guys happy?
Yeah, we are. We have a very nice life.
Good friends?
Yeah, no, okay. You?
Well, it's tough, you know, all the traveling I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Eric arrives.
Eric?
No, not Eric, not anymore. Uh-huh. It's fine. It's just fine.
Okay, what is your name now?
My name is Plays with Squirrels.
And Plays with Squirrels has some words of wisdom.
Lose one friend, lose all friends, lose yourself. So why are all the other pages blank?
Nothing else seemed important.
When the episode goes back to the present day, it moves to a few moments after Rachel left, and Eric drags her back to read those same words of wisdom.
Lose one friend, lose all friends. Lose yourself.
I mean, what if Mr. Feeney's right? What if we don't fix this? What if this is the last time that we're all together? Is that a chance you're all willing to take?
And it inspires everyone to reconcile. Although Eric can never escape being the goofball, he holds together people much in the same way he holds together the series itself. If Boy Meets World was a series of tragedies, the characters would likely not be able to keep their connection to one another, and the series itself could never maintain its premise as a family-friendly sitcom. Eric is the glue for all of these things, providing consistent comedic relief, and also providing the wisdom needed to hold these characters together in the context of the show. For all the troubles that visit these characters, Eric is the oasis in the desert, a place to enjoy a break from the heat, and he's an oasis for characters and audiences alike. And in that calm, a simple truth can come from an unexpected place. A character like Eric is particularly necessary when Boy Meets World gets heavy, and the heaviest season was almost certainly season 6. When Sean and Jack's father, Chet, returns in the episode We'll Have a Good Time Then, he announces that this time he's staying for good.
From now on, there'll be lots and lots of time for us playing pool.
So you're really staying for good?
That's the plan, son.
Sean is skeptical that Chet is going to be around for the long haul, and in many ways sees himself in Chet's lack of commitment. Chet doesn't get the chance to prove himself, though, as he soon has a heart attack. Sean and Jack don't handle it particularly well.
Just trying to take care of things, man. Yeah, well, I guess it's easy to be efficient when you're not feeling what I am. Don't tell me how I'm feeling, okay? I'm his son, too. Are you? When you were a little kid, did you sit next to him while he watched TV all night long, hoping that he'd say something to you? Did you ever once clean up after him when he came home drunk? And when he didn't come home at all, did you lay in bed thinking it was something you did that drove him away? And when he was gone, did you walk around and make believe that everything was okay when inside it was tearing you apart? Did you? No. I didn't get to do any of those things. You see, I knew I had a father, and he was gone from me my whole life.
Sean and Chet do get a moment to reconcile, though.
Why couldn't you just stick around? Wasn't I good enough for you?
No, Sean. Wasn't good enough for you. I need you, Dad.
But sadly, it's a little too late to make things right, as Chet has a second heart attack and passes away.
We lost her.
Nothing is really resolved in this episode, and in some ways that might be an incredibly realistic depiction of death. It doesn't solve problems or end a chapter. Even if people reconcile, there's no time to enjoy that peace. It's a sudden departure that comes too soon, no matter how late it may be. Feeling lost, Sean once again takes off on a journey to discover himself.
Listen, if you ever need anything, or you ever need my help, it's so hard to let him go.
What eventually brings Sean back 2 episodes later is the need to comfort his friend Corey during a difficult time. Before we begin, a quick content warning for anyone with a challenging pregnancy or infancy. You can skip ahead to the timestamp below. Amy Matthews revealed she was pregnant at the end of season 5, and in season 6, that pregnancy was coming to an early end. The baby was delivered early and is left in critical condition.
Doctor, his breathing is irregular.
What? No, it isn't.
Get him to ICU.
Wait, there's nothing wrong with him.
Is he gonna be okay?
This is just a precaution.
Well, where are you taking him?
Neonatal ICU. You can follow the nurse there.
Helen, the intensive care?
The next episode pulls no punches with several trips to the infant intensive care unit, and it doesn't just highlight the struggle of the young Matthews baby. Alan speaks to and gets to know the other parents who are going through the same thing, including an uncredited cameo by series creator Michael Jacobs.
Michael. How's your son?
I think he smiled at me. Hey. These are for all of us.
What I appreciate in this scene is how it acknowledges that many parents struggle with this reality every day. It isn't just a thing that the Matthews family come across one day to be conveniently forgotten about when the show moves on. The presence of the other families also carries with them in the awful suggestion that not all babies can make it. This is particularly clear in the revelation that, at least in this case, Joshua Matthews is going to make it.
Alan, what are you doing?
I'm saying a prayer. Everybody that has to be in there. Well, Joshua and Gabriel. Let's go home.
For all the difficulties the characters face in Boy Meets World, this one was probably the most grueling and difficult to watch, and it makes moments of levity even more of a relief.
My homework's gonna be unbelievably late this week.
Yeah, what else is new?
What these heavy episodes also reveal is the greater dynamic of the series and its approach to teaching its young audience about the world. It began with familiar, well-known things that were taught to the kids, moved on to things that were mysterious and a little uncertain, and then began moving towards the unexpected unknown, delving into subjects people never see coming, like the sudden early death of a parent or a child being born in critical condition. The stakes continuously go up in the series, revealing that the world is an increasingly challenging place, and it can throw anything at you, and you'll have to learn how to deal with it, and hopefully learn from the experience. The learning area isn't the safe space of the classroom anymore. Although Boy Meets World had gotten incredibly heavy in these later seasons, it wasn't just a series of unending traumas. One bright spot was the impending marriage of Cory and Topanga, albeit with a few more bumps along the way. By the end of the perpetually heavy season 6, we got to see the blossoming relationship between Mr. Feeney and Dean Bolender. Mr. Feeney having gone from fellow student at Pembroke University to one of the professors, because of course Cory and his friends need Mr. Feeney to teach them through every year of their education. Dean Bolender was also played by William Daniels' real-life wife, Bonnie Bartlett. Ahead of their marriage, Topanga finds out her parents are getting a divorce, leading Topanga to vow her own engagement. Season 7 opens with a two-parter where Cory tries to repair the relationship between Topanga's parents, only to realize that sometimes love does die. And while once again it may seem like this relationship is over, Cory and Topanga manage to reconcile when Topanga's mother tells her that even with the tragic end, love is still worth it.
What can I do to make it up to you?
You could move your knee.
Fine. Whatever life takes us, I want it to be with you. Forever.
Of all the breakups Cory and Topanga went through, this one was perhaps the least believable, largely because they had already called things quits 3 times before, and the appearance of Lauren was a far more convincing threat than Topanga losing faith in love. With the relationship so obviously solid, a wedding was the only place this story could go, and go there it did, albeit with some resistance from the network. Michael Jacobs tells the story of how he convinced the network to let this happen. The head of ABC, when I told them we were going to marry them at 19, said it was a very irresponsible thing to do and that the audience didn't want it. And I said to him, listen, you have this thing called ABC.com. It was brand new. Why don't you run a graphic and find out how many people are waiting for Cory and Topanga to marry? And so he said, it's ridiculous. We'll get maybe 20,000 hits and that's it. And who can tell anything from that? And I said, why don't we try it? And in the first 7 minutes, they got about 280,000 hits, and then the thing broke. And out of the 280,000 hits, 280,000 people said, what do you think we're waiting for? I got a call from the president of the network the next day who said, could you please marry them in sweeps? The week before the wedding, there was a cute tie-in during the credits for that week's episode. Cory and Topanga spoke about a website set up to celebrate their upcoming nuptials. There's something very charming about how simple and quaint a website like this is. And finally, in an episode titled, It's About Time, we see Cory and Topanga married. Even though it's Cory and Topanga's wedding, the episode is actually about another important relationship, Cory and Sean.
As far as you and me go, today is the last day that we're ever gonna be Cory and Sean. You know, Sean and Cory.
The fight runs into the wedding.
We have to talk about it! I don't want to! We have to! Now! Cory, after you get married, things are gonna be different. And I don't have a lot of friends, you know? Do you really like her?
Yeah, I really do.
You sure?
John, I really think I've been very tolerant here.
Corey and Sean talk it out, and the wedding moves forward. It's very strange that this wedding episode is about the guys. It also highlights how important this friendship is to Corey and how a marriage would change that dynamic. They're still best friends, but it's not quite the same anymore. The Corey and Sean friendship can't really be understated, though it relies perhaps on a few too many gay jokes about them, clearly written before the writers knew what the internet did with that kind of bait. It's still nice to see a male relationship that's not just about broing down and watching the game together. Corey and Sean support each other emotionally through some of the toughest parts of their lives, and anyone would be lucky to have a friend like either one of them. And it's a simple yet true lesson. If you find a good friend who will stick with you during those tough times, hold on to them as best you can. It's one of the bittersweet moments of a wedding, knowing that this is the end of one era and the beginning of another. The series could have easily ended on this note, but it kept moving forward into a wider unknown, the life of a married couple. In The Honeymoon is Over, Corey and Topanga struggle to find housing. They realize they don't have a place to live, with Topanga's apartment and Corey's dorm conveniently occupied. They go to Alan and Amy for help.
Amy, they can't stay here. They're married now. It's Corey and Topanga, not Corey and us. Remember?
Ma?
You can't stay here.
It seems pretty harsh for Corey's parents not to offer any kind of assistance here, even a roof over their heads for a few days, especially when the alternative is for Corey and Topanga to live in the dorm for married couples, which looks like this. Why a university dorm is in shambles, I'm not entirely sure, but it clearly doesn't impress. So Corey goes back to his father to once again ask for help.
You decided that you were old enough to get married. You decided to take on the responsibility of a new life because you believed you could handle it. And this family supported that decision after we told you that it was going to be very difficult. What, did you think we were kidding?
I had many thoughts while watching this episode, but it would be unfair to discuss without quickly running down the next one, picket fences. The method to Alan's madness is explained in a later scene where Sean thinks the place is nice, just in need of some work to fix it up a bit.
Corey, you got a great place to start right here. Why don't you slow down for a second and take a look around you? Yeah? This is your place, man. Fix it up.
When Corey makes an effort to fix things up, he and Topanga gradually start to think they can turn this rundown apartment into a home. And a lesson is learned.
Topanga and I are gonna paint our place, we're gonna put up a bookshelf, and someday, when we can afford it, we are gonna buy that house with a nook without your help. Now, what do you have to say to that?
I'd say you finally figured it out.
Welcome to being an adult.
When your mother and I got married, we had nothing. Nobody would help us. We did fine.
We didn't know it then, but it was the sweetest time in our lives.
We bonded together forever. We felt completely in love because we knew we made a life for ourselves with nobody's help but our own. I would never take that away from you, son.
These two episodes are ridiculous. In the first one, we find out what was fairly obvious throughout the series' run. Corey and Topanga are upper middle class.
We're upper middle class, homeless college students.
And this lesson makes it abundantly clear. The idea that suffering together through poverty is some kind of bonding ritual is unbelievably privileged. I want to look at how these episodes don't actually work. The first question we should be asking is, who's paying for this dorm? And who was paying for their previous dorm? Neither Corey nor Topanga seem to have jobs, though they would in a few episodes. They're also attending university, something I imagine they aren't paying for with whatever savings they have. So it sounds like their parents are still taking care of at least some of those expenses. For this story to be true to the message it's trying to present, Corey and Topanga would be moving to their own place and having to get jobs to pay for everything, including school, while attending. This is a very hefty burden to put on someone, and expecting them to fix up their rundown apartment on top of that? How is this episode not about the absurd financial demands of obtaining a higher education, or even just surviving in the modern world when you reach 20? Clearly, this real-world experience isn't entirely real. It seems more like a game for an upper-middle-class family to play at what it means to be poor, and this little exercise is supposed to build character. Except, there are people who live just the way Corey and Topanga would have to, working and going to school while trying to keep a crummy apartment from collapsing in on itself. And not because their parents want to teach them a lesson, it's because it's simply a fact of their life. They don't have the means of affording anything better. The biggest failure of this episode is to only fleetingly acknowledge that there are people in situations such as Cory and Topanga. Their neighbors are in rough spots, and they're at least depicted with some sensitivity, but we don't get much acknowledgement from Cory and Topanga of how there seems to be something wrong in a world where people are forced to live in rough conditions because society has made education a commodity easily purchased by the wealthy and only attainable through backbreaking effort for the poor. If Alan and Amy's grand lesson had been instead to teach their kids about the injustice in the world they had been sheltering them from, it would have made more sense. It would still be harsh, of course, but it would be wisdom worth having. The bonding exercise excuse seems like, at best, a rationalization, and the better lesson learned from this episode is the unspoken one. The 7th season was halfway through at this point, and while we'd see more of Cory and Topanga's married life, including their first fight, there is another couple that should be visited instead. Angela and Sean's relationship is, much like Cory and Topanga's, a turbulent one. Although unlike Cory and Topanga, their time apart is much longer. At the beginning of season 6, Angela and Sean break up, and manage to stay broken up for the rest of the season, in spite of the fact that they clearly still have feelings for one another, and in spite of the efforts of Cory and Topanga to get them back together.
Angela, I told Sean that you still love him, and I know Topanga was telling you that Sean still loves you.
What?
You didn't tell her anything, did you?
No, I didn't.
Well, I'm thinking now's a good time.
The relationship between Sean and Angela is in direct contrast to Cory and Topanga. Even Sean himself notices that.
I'm never gonna have a relationship like you guys. I'm not normal.
Sean, we're not normal.
Cory and Topanga are nice enough to point out that their romance is abnormal, but it's clearly affected how Sean views relationships. In a way, this puts the audience in Sean's shoes, seeing this ideal couple in Cory and Topanga and wanting to live that themselves, but coming up short. It isn't until season 7 that Sean and Angela reconcile, bonding over having both been abandoned by their parents, and the fear of growing up to be just like them, running out on someone.
I love you. So much. I just don't want to hurt you anymore.
The relationship offers a nice lesson that it would only succeed if Angela and Sean were able to relate to one another directly and not trying to live up to the expectations or example of their friends. The relationship is also notable for being a very rare interracial pairing on 90s television, although the topic is never addressed in the show directly, and Angela's race is rarely mentioned at all. It was a deliberate choice by the show's creators. During an interview, writer Strong described the casting for Angela as exclusively looking for Black or Latina actresses. The pairing was meant to be the colorblind ideal where the race of the two characters was entirely arbitrary. This was something that Trina McGee appreciated, so much so that she wrote an op-ed in the Los Angeles Times describing how she thought the relationship provided a positive example. Here's an excerpt from that op-ed. I get lots of positive reactions from both black and white teenagers wanting to know when Sean and I are getting back together. The black kids are not asking, "Why are you with that white boy?" When I attended the NAACP Image Awards, a black girl lamented to me that Sean and Angela are a perfect couple and should be back together. The next day, a white girl in a mall begged to know if Sean and Angela are still in love. One was 9, one preteen. They are the new face of tolerance. These kids are not looking at race. They're absorbing the love story. To this day, Trina McGee still talks fondly about her experience on the show and how she didn't really face many negative responses. I think it's important to acknowledge that her op-ed was in response to outcry over a scene in the series Ally McBeal where Callista Flockhart and Jesse L. Martin exchange a kiss, and that the series never broaches the topic of race, a criticism never directed at Boy Meets World. Part of that might be because the profile of Ally McBeal was higher, but it also may be that Boy Meets World's younger audience wasn't expected to deal with a topic such as race, and the fact that they weren't bothered by Angela and Sean, at least in Trina McGee's experience, speaks to the fact of how racism is a learned behavior, that kids aren't really born with this prejudice in their mind, but learn it through the examples around them. And from that perspective, Angela and Sean offer a positive example of an interracial relationship. But does that represent reality? A reality that a younger audience needs to learn about? Those are big questions I'm not sure this video can really tackle, aside from acknowledging that interracial relationships have faced a lot of social pressure, and continue to do so today. I don't think a show is weaker for not reflecting reality though, it's just taking a different approach to tackle the same problem. I can't cover every single topic that comes up in one of these shows, so thankfully I have a little help this time.
Hey, T1J here. Just like Jose, I'm a huge fan of sitcoms, and I have a lot of nostalgic fondness for Boy Meets World in particular. So I actually also made a video about the show, except my video is focused around the roller coaster relationship between Sean and Angela, which is maybe my favorite sitcom couple story of all time, for various reasons, which you'll have to watch my video to learn. Come check it out when you're done with Jose's video.
Sadly for Sean and Angela, the reunion only lasted until the end of season 7, as a few episodes before the finale, we see Angela leave for Europe to spend some time reconnecting with her father.
Let's not say goodbye. Let's just say, I love you.
I always will.
The episode also revealed another departure might be happening soon, with Topanga getting an offer from NYU.
We have to move to New York.
Don't spin out of control.
And that brings us to the two-part series finale, Brave New World. There isn't too much in the way of plot, as these episodes offer more chance for the characters to reflect on how their lives have brought them to this point, complete with a number of clips from throughout the show's 7 seasons. Topanga briefly considers not going to New York, but instead is convinced to go after some words of wisdom from Mr. Feeney and some encouragement from Corey.
Well, I want to go to New York.
No, you don't.
I do. I need room to grow, Topanga, and I don't think it's fair that you're keeping me from growing.
You would do this for me?
Topanga, I'd do anything for you.
Eric decides to go along with Corey and Topanga to New York City.
I feel this is the right move for me. You know, New York City. Nobody knows me there. I can be anybody I want to be.
I want you to be Eric.
Sean and Corey are in the midst of saying goodbye when Topanga reveals Sean is apparently going with them too.
This is...
Goodbye. Oh, that's it. I can't take this anymore. Here, this is for you.
What's that?
We're all going together.
You're going with us?
You never have to
Going with
stop
you?
being friends.
Really?
Jack and Rachel decide to go in the Peace Corps together, with Jack giving up his stepfather's money.
Save me a seat on that boat next to you. I think we were just in bed. Money doesn't make you rich. Life makes you rich. Our father taught us that.
And Corey has a moment with his new brother Joshua, who seems to have aged pretty quickly in the last season.
Even though it'll seem like the world's going out of its way to teach you these hard lessons, you're going to realize that, you know, it's the same world that's giving you your family and your friends, you know? And you're going to come to believe that the world's going to protect you, too. Boy Meets
I'm
World.
guessing it's almost done.
Now I can.
Yeah, I think so.
And everyone says goodbye, with Corey, Sean, Topanga, and Eric going back to Mr. Feeney's class for one last lesson.
Believe in yourselves. Dream. Try. Too good.
Okay. I have to do homework today.
Don't you mean do well?
To clean
Yeah.
today. So
No, I mean,
at
do
some
good.
point, I mean, if you
And the final line of the series
motivate
is,
first, you come get me.
I love you
But
all.
if I motivate everyone to come get you, it's fine.
Class dismissed.
the series ends hitting the themes that ran through it, that those formative years are called that for a reason, and those early relationships you forge can sit with you for a lifetime. Childhood isn't something to be frivolous.
my colleague,
Oh my
Aaron
God!
Hansen. He's very excited because he and I will be touring around the United States this summer, doing a live show with fun and games for your amusement, merriment, and joy.
Yeah, baby, come on!
You can get tickets to a show near you at GameGrumps.com/live.
Ow, June, baby, come on! Game us time! Ow! Oh, God!
Alright?
Somebody take me to a doctor.
Alright. We're coming to San Jose on June 1st,
Seattle on June 3rd.
Denver on June 5th,
Oklahoma City on June 7th.
Boston on June 8th,
Orlando on June 10th.
Atlanta on June 11th,
Nashville on June 13th.
Raleigh on June 15th,
Tyson, Virginia on June 16th.
New York City on June 18th.
Philadelphia on June 19th.
You gotta, it's only from Boston on June 21st.
Albany, New York on June 22nd.
No, don't do that. Toronto on June 24th.
Cleveland, June 25th.
St. Paul on June 28th.
And Chicago on June 29th. That's, what are you from me?
Last time on Game Grumps.
Dang.
Yeah, he's got wind powers. And
so do you.
Whee!
Especially after you eat Chipotle.
Wow, wow, wow!
Oh man!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh my God!
Whoa!
Wow, that was windy. This is very awkward.
Just wanted my silver pickled foot or whatever the fuck that was.
Silver pickled foot.
Yeah, what did I just do? It's like silver pickled foul foot.
Yeah, no, you were right. It was a silver pickled foot.
And like, you know, it's like, oh, I lost.
I love riding horses.
What do you think about that dead horse?
Yay, pony rides. I asked for ponies for my birthday. I'm sorry, I just couldn't let that picture go away without talking about it. Please continue.
Hey, I'm Gruff. I'm not so gruff. And we're the Game Grumps.
All right, MFs.
Sorry. Come back.
I'm gonna go get some turtle shiz,
Yes.
dog.
So for anyone who did not watch the last episode, Aaron was savagely ass-beaten by the Grafted multiple times.
Look, none of you know, not many of you know, this feeling, okay? You can fail and fail and fail at home, but I just embarrassingly whiffed that for like 15 minutes in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands.
Over time, probably millions. That was a very cute tiny deer.
Oh yeah, the deer are cute. They got their own little deer thing going on. Anyway, I was like, I just gotta get this night. Fucking leave me the hell alone.
Ha! Here's my leaving alone sword.
Okay, we're good. We are good. We are fine. Everything's fine.
Did you get your stuff back?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't. I really have to start paying more attention. It just happened so fast.
Yeah. Goodbye, friend. I'll miss you.
I'll just take the elevator like 10 seconds after.
Yeah, it's like what you did. You think I don't have weight enough to...
Yeah. You think I don't know where you're going? This doesn't have that many floors.
One, two...
I'll listen for the clink clonking of your metal feet.
No, actually, I might just, do this whole segment too.
Alright.
Why not? We're in Stormville Castle, man. Let's fucking live it up.
Let's live while we're alive.
I wanna live. What's that song?
It's My Life by Bon Jovi.
No.
I live
life. That's right, right?
Yep.
It's my life. John Bovey once said, "It is my life."
Bon John Bovey.
John Bovey.
Hi, I'm TV's Bon John Bovey.
It is my life. Oh, we're gonna meet Mr. Ragier, dude. We're about to meet Ragier. Dude.
Oh, your sorcerer friend.
Yeah, he's a real guy.
I'm a real boy. He's a real fake man in this game.
Check him out. He's right here.
So,
We've met. Pleasure's mine. We've met. Yes, I saw you use magic. We met. Halfway about to choose on it.
my big ass hand.
She's eating it
Try to take my hat.
You're welcome as much as you like, as long as you don't touch my hat. Yeah.
Why don't you lay your hands upon me, the great sorcerer?
Great runesman. I'm sorry, say that again?
That middle statue looks like it's like, is there a leak on the ceiling?
Oh shit!
On your head? I got a drip on my head.
The other statues are like, just ignore them.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, they're working on the roof or whatever.
He'd love to help us out.
Alright, so...
Rajay is cool.
Oh, Rajay's the best, dude! I like Carry On Greatsword. I actually use that a lot, so I'm gonna get that from him at some point.
Carry on, a wayward greatsword. You had it?
What was Stephen King's first book? Carrie?
What do you need me to do with your backpack? Carry?
Carry on! What do you do? Always remember!
I was just holding the torch. I didn't even like that guy.
Come on. Come on. Do something! Oh, he just busted right through that, eh? That's cool.
Do you like my Schween armor? It's not even that big. I just have them install that, you know.
I don't know why I'm volunteering that information.
Yeah.
Could have just lied. I'm an honest guy, you know?
Yeah.
I live an honest life. Oh, my goodness. That guy.
It's like a hot dog and a metal airplane hanger in here. You know what I mean? Well, I'm dead.
It's like saying all that while he's doing his fucking like wind moves and shit. It's neither here nor there. Anyway, how's your day going? Pretty fucking bad!
I don't know, maybe in my next life I'll get a body with a bigger dick.
That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll get a small cod piece. Just as kind of like an inside joke.
Whoa. What's hanging from the hooks there? Oh, that's my cue to leave.
Hey, how do I get a piece of this, huh? Come on!
Wow, that looks like that scene in Bad Ben when things start taking a turn for the worse and he's like, what the fuck? I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yes. Yes. God damn it. Oh, this guy's got a halberd. This guy ain't got shit.
I'm gonna record me kicking your ass.
Alright, turn the other way so I can backstab you. Get a little shot on you. Come on.
This guy doesn't know I'm gonna backstab him. God, I wish there was a little excitement in my job. Whoops! Feeling excited.
Whoa! Okay, dude. All right. You know what? We're here. We're having fun. Whoops! There you go.
Yeah, like after you stab him through the back, he turns around with the halberd, and you're just like, I was kidding.
Oh my god, dude.
Crap, well,
Calm the fuck down.
you're not doing a good job defending the furniture, that's for sure.
Wait a second!
As long as I patrol, nothing shall harm this table.
Yeah. Ooh, nice, man. Pretty sick. I like the sound of that.
What does it
I like
mean?
the sound of them apples. I know. Stab him! Yes! Queen! Oh. Guess he had to move over there to die.
You know what? I am a queen.
Stab him! Yes! Queen!
You know what? And another thing.
I am a queen. Motherfucker. Alright, there's two guys down there, and then there's the grafted over there. You remember when we first started the game? We fought this fucking spider creature or whatever? That's him.
Oh, yes.
So
What was it doing over there in the first place?
I don't know. There's something about, I think that maybe it's this castle, or maybe there's just something going on that's some bad news bears, but there's this thing about people being like taken and turned into grafted. That's what that girl was talking about.
Like added to the spider.
Yeah. That sweet
Oh, yes, that's right. She was saying they were torn limb from limb, which is probably what all the limbs are doing up there.
Oh, yeah.
If I had to guess.
Well, because yeah, they're being grafted.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Let's see if I can kill this fucking thing. Does the
That column's not gonna last. Columns never last. Oh,
two?
it's holding firm. Whoop. Ew.
1, 2.
Looks like that thing from the end of Inside.
Like the blob creature?
Yeah. You know what? I am a strong and independent nutsack that don't need no balls. One of my favorite things you've ever said.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Whoops.
You have a beautiful singing voice.
Oh! See all the faces on it?
Yeah. And the arms.
Oh, that was.
It's just like, yeah, I have been working out. Thanks.
Yeah, you like these arms? I have them installed. Whoa, chill the fuck out, bro.
Is it time for a wondrous physique?
Yep, definitely.
Oops.
Woohoo! Ups!
Wow, you're in trouble, man.
Yeah. I could probably kill it.
Think so?
Yeah. There we go. And there. Ups! Daisy. You know, I might run away.
Yeah. This is going poorly.
Oh, I got some staunching boluses. What is that? I don't know. Bolus? Huh?
If you were to leave this place, save your game and replenish your health, would that thing still be damaged?
No, but it does have permadeath. There's like some big enemies have permadeath. So
Great.
once they're gone, they're gone. Oh, that's what. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Idiot. I wanted to open up that lift so that I could just go straight to it and actually fight it on the fair playing field instead of only having 2 classes, which is not a fair playing field as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
And Mister, you've got another thing coming if you think it's gonna happen.
Wow, you just turned into Roger from American Dad.
I'm Roger.
That's really good.
It's called voice acting now. Have you ever heard of it?
Look it up. Is it acting with your voice? Yes, I see you've done the research.
Did a little voice acting today myself. I'm at a studio.
No kidding.
I can't talk about what I did, but that's why I was late today.
It wasn't voice acting, that's for sure. Just cleaning the studio. Yeah, I was in the voice acting studio today doing a little custodial work.
Pretty hot stuff, if you ask me.
Don't mean to brag.
Oh, this is nice. I got a little place to hide.
Nothing wrong with custodial work, by the way. I should say that.
Oh, there's nothing study with.
I've mopped many a floor in my day.
Yep.
Oh.
That was the one I was supposed to block. Whoa, okay.
Sir,
Sorry to
sir.
bother you.
Yeah. Calm down. Eat a floor apple.
Fuck. Maybe we should switch to the Howard on this one.
Oh yeah, do some pokies. Pokies through the door.
Okay.
No, not the swingies, the pokies.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Oh!
See? Perfect.
You did it.
No damage whatsoever.
Oh, that's the long one. That's the long one.
Goodness gracious.
Do it. Oh, that's a lot. Can't really see what he's doing. Okay. And then, there we go. Jeez Louise, man.
This is going well.
It's really not.
Do you have a bow and arrow? Could you have
you
one?
You can get one. I'm not sure where.
That'd be amazing for this.
Yeah, it's really good.
Wow. That's pretty good. Keep that up. Oh, well.
Without that part.
Yeah. Cut that part out.
It's always away from the door now.
Is it retreating? It looks pretty intimidating.
Yeah, I think it's pretty scary, man. Oh, that's a guard breaker right there. 1, 2. Let's go do the swingies. Okay. Come on, do it again. Do the puff. There he does. He's doing it.
I love it.
Oh, he did a different one. Oh, he must be mad. Screaming all the time.
Clang.
Yep. And that's a different one. What the fuck? He's not doing the one I like.
So uncool.
He's doing the other one.
You're doing some murder though. Some good murder. Some heckin' good murder.
You gonna do it? Oh, he's doing it! Pretty funny stuff. I love this guy.
Damn, you're close.
Oh shit! No, that's it.
Just gonna have myself a drinky.
Oh, that's a Come on. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Oh, don't scream. My wondrous physique flask.
Yeah.
Ready.
Here come the stabbies.
Do a twisty move. Twisty move. Oh, this guy.
I love. Yeah. Even though it's a disgusting spider monster, I'm glad it has a flourish for the dramatic. Damn.
Whoops.
Patience.
Do the twisties. Oh, he did the little this shit. What's going on? Oh my god, are you fucking serious? What? What a waste of my fucking time!
Our time. One more try. You got time for one more try.
God, dude.
Yeah, I know, it's rough.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think that was gonna happen. Did you think it was gonna happen? Post in the comments if that was gonna happen.
It was 50-50. You seem to die a lot when guys are on their last possible leg. I don't know if that's a function of they get a little tougher right at the end.
Well, I'm not really used to that move. Yeah, I think when he gets to half health, he starts doing different moves. Alright, Spider Boy. Spider Boy!
I'm a motherfucking Spider Boy. Doesn't sound as good.
Oh, don't scream at me. Keep your voice, indoor voice. When, nope.
I like the idea of like the spiders with all the other third grade kids at some kid's birthday party, and they're like, all right, time for happy birthday. Happy, and like this thing's just like, you know what, Jenny, don't sing. But you can hold the cupcakes.
I wasn't singing.
Yeah.
You can hold the cupcakes. All 75 of them.
It's a large party. Oh, show feet.
lot of feet to show.
Yeah, right at the top of the screen there was a foot that just floated by.
Come on, 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 come on. Oh, oh, come on. Oh, he got me. Oh, he got me. This fucking guy was so much easier at home.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because everyone's watching? Everyone?
Maybe. He was being, being particularly careful with him. You know what it was too, probably? I think I had the turtle talisman by the time I got here. Which is like the best fucking talisman in the game.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle talisman?
Kind of. Oh, what the
Sir, I really don't have time for this.
This is a Wendy's.
Okay. And he'll never be hurt by Spider-Person's swings, right?
Some enemies can, some enemies can't.
Interesting.
Whoops. Got him. Oh, oh, oh. Oh no! That hurts.
And here come the tumblies.
He's going to tumble. Oh, there are more cheap hits I can be getting on it.
Oh, damn. This thing's so rough.
So rough.
Hey, somebody's got a wondrous piece.
Oh, okay. Just fucking sorry.
Yeah, jeez, alright. Fine, you can borrow my Nintendo. God.
God damn it. Fucking fuck! Fuck this shit! Fuck this shit! Fuck the grafted. Suck my dick, you piece of garbage. Ugh! It's very frustrating. Because I know how easy it is.
One more time.
My ass is going to bleed tonight.
Why would that be?
Self-punishment.
Self-enjoyment punishment.
Either one's.
Listen, you say tomato. I say, what are you doing in my house?
I mean, we're all into our own things, right? Most people like having normal sexual intercourse. I like sticking needles in my asshole. Guilty as charged.
I wish you hadn't said that. I would actually forego 1 year of pay to have never heard that.
Are you serious?
It's too late, I heard it.
Oh, what if?
But it's not too late for me to take a lot of money from you.
Wonder, ouch! Fuck this guy. Yeah, do it. Yeah, it's my favorite move. Whoops.
I like that it holds its shield in front of its face, like, duh, I wouldn't want you to hit me and make me not pretty.
The face is the most vulnerable part of the body.
Oh.
Regardless of creature. Oh man, I don't want to be stuck in here. This shit sucks. I'm coming out. Dude, stop with the fucking screaming move. It's so lame. It's such a waste.
It's hurting my feelings.
It's hurting my ears. That was stupid. What I was thinking, bro. I don't know what I was thinking. This is pathetic. What's happening right now is fucking pathetic.
Really?
Yeah, like, I'm embarrassed at myself that I'm putting this out into the world right now. This is so not clutch.
So just take a deep breath and make sure this is the one.
Oh, this is the move they died to last time.
And this time.
I didn't even get my runes back.
Oy vey. Alright. Next time on Game Grumps, huh?
I'm not gonna fight this fucking thing again. This sucks.
Come back with the turtle talisman.
Oh, that's what I was gonna do on this episode anyway. I was gonna go get the turtle talisman.
Well, alright. Next time on Game Grumps, we'll get it, and then we'll kill the grafting.
Hell yeah. Oh, it'll be fun.
Nice.
Dude, you get to see a bunch of turtles.
Yes.
Last time on Game Grumps.
I that's the first time I've ever attacked a sheep in this game. Please don't.
Last time on Game. Last time on Game.
That was really inspiring.
but I just embarrassingly whiffed that for like 15 minutes in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands.
Over time, probably millions. That was a very cute tiny deer.
Oh yeah, the deer are cute, huh? They got the one little deer thing going on. Anyway, I was like,
What the
I had to
fuck?
take a moment to myself to just kind of reflect on the things that I value in life, my priorities, etc., etc. Oh, I should talk to this fucker.
That's my first priority. Oh yeah, it's Kenneth. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, we already did that.
Who talks to himself in the third
That's
person.
right. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting my playthroughs mixed up. All right. Let me check the map real quick. Here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be my best self, you know?
Right.
What?
Go get the turtle talisman so you can beat that guy you couldn't beat in the last episode. Perfect. And here we are.
Oh, we've been here already. I talked about the turtles and.
Oh no!
Yeah. And then we killed the fucking mariner here.
Right. But you never got a talisman, I don't believe.
No. There's a. Right.
What will it do for you, and why would it help so much against the graphic?
Okay. There's the turtles. Wonderful turtles.
Love them.
They eat grass. They're great. They're huge.
Skate fast, eat grass.
Yep. Alright, so, inside, I will get the turtle, which will make it so my stamina replenishes like twice as fast.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. And there's a bunch of turtles in here. There he is. Look at these turtles.
Turtles 3.
And time for a talisman. Oh! A gift from my little turtly boys.
That's it?
Yeah.
You don't have to like fight a guy or anything?
No, man, the turtles are gentle creatures.
Oh, well then slap that on and go kill the grafted.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna kill the grafted.
Does it offer extra protection?
No, but it makes my stamina go up. Or it makes my stamina not go down so fast, so I won't. He won't trap me in a position anymore where like I can't block.
It makes sense, because we have watched turtles boink, and they've got stamina. That is what they sound like.
Depending on the size. The little turtles are like, and the big turtles are like, which are probably the funniest ones.
Those are my favorite.
Because they're just so like, and they so like put their whole like neck into it. Like, play that next to an actual turtle fucking sound, and you'll see. It's identical.
My favorite one is the Coldplay clocks into the baby turtle. Like, and then the baby turtle's like,
I miss turtles.
I mean,
they're not in fashion anymore.
What do you mean they're not in fashion?
They're just not in the style, you know? It's like you can't.
Have you been to a club recently? When's the last time you saw a turtle there?
Whoops.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, exactly. And God forbid a turtle show up in apple bottom jeans.
4 little boots with the fur.
4 little boots. Oh, okay. Scared me a little bit.
And the whole club's looking at it.
It hit the flow. Next thing you know, it was like,
Shit. Shorty got low as possible. Flush with the ground.
oh.
Yeah, it's interesting. A large tortoise and an 83-year-old man named Moishe from Brooklyn sound very strikingly similar.
In the bedroom. King of comedy, Aaron Hayes. Please welcome to the stage, the king of comedy.
Were you there yesterday? We were saying that line from Anchorman over and over. And it's like, wow, the grafted looks pretty tough. And I hear it's quite a handful in the bedroom. I don't know why that's so funny.
Oh. Come on.
Oh!
Alright, dude, I got this. This is so easy peasy. Schmeezy. Easy peasy. A schmeezy. Schmeezy.
Remember when we were on tour through the Pacific Northwest and we saw signs for Pizza Schmitza?
Yeah.
I really want to go there.
Let's just go to Pizza Schmitza then.
Well,
they're here, aren't they?
I don't see any in LA.
Pizza Schmitzas?
Yeah.
It's a great name.
It's a great name. I don't know if it actually would do anything like that, or I don't know if it would live up to that, the greatness of that name. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right. You walk in and how many people walk in and they're like, Pizza Schmitza!
How is your Schmitza this evening?
I don't feel like updating all of them.
Outstanding.
I'm just gonna kill Pikachu.
Now, do you freeze the Schmitza or do you fly it in from the Schmitza field?
Is the Schmitza local?
Is the Schmitza local?
I just want to make sure I'm supporting local markets.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Getting close.
I only eat farm-to-table Schmitza. I bet it's like Shakey's in LA.
Oh, where it's just like a pizza buffet?
Where like you're not always okay after you eat there.
I mean, any pizza, I'm never okay after eating.
That's true.
I have to like call my dad afterwards. Repent.
Here comes the Schmitza.
New graphics.
Yeah, here we go. This is it.
Yeah! Schmitza. Boy, it feels good to kill that thing.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone for good now.
Hurrah! Well done, Aaron.
Thank fucking Christmas.
Proud of you.
All thanks to those turtles, man.
So it was the talisman that made the difference?
Yeah, I was able to recover a lot quickly. A lot more quickly, a lot quicker.
You were able to schmitza your pizza.
Well, wait, hang on. Whoa.
Oh, sorry, sir. It went right by you. Oh.
I don't want to overstate the obvious, but, make a little schmitza on that pizza. I would have loved to have been in the room with whoever invented that fucking thing. Schmitza pizza place. What are we going to call it? I don't know.
And then, like, a guy comes in, he's like, hey there, nice to schmitza. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of something else. And people were like, our first million.
I was thinking more along the lines of like somebody, like their uncle comes in, like, what are you kids doing in here? Like, yeah, we're coming over, we're gonna make a pizza restaurant. Can't decide on what to call it. Pizza schmitza. Nobody eats pizza anymore. And they're like, pizza schmitza.
Yeah, absolutely. Are those bodies?
Oh, the dogs? They're dogs.
Yeah, well, they're bodies now. You let them hit the floor.
Yes, their bodies. And then up there is a troll.
Oh my goodness.
Fingers. Got chrysalids Nemo over here. Got a lump of flesh. Pretty sweet. Very useful.
Yeah.
Golden rune.
So, there's these were things that were going to be grafted onto the spider creature?
I guess so.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice for him. I mean, he gets to get the whole family together. Doesn't have to have like a Thanksgiving or whatever. They're just always there. It's like a holiday excuse.
Yeah.
You can see your family for Thanksgiving.
Take you to the old country. Show you the leaning tower of Schmitz.
Hey, whoa! I'm joking here.
Oh! It's falling.
Oh!
Someone prop it up with some more Schmitz. Oh.
Some sticky schmitza.
That's rough for those guys with that move. They really have to stand there and think about what's going on for a minute.
Alright. Hey, crossbow boy. Crossbow boy! Oh, looks like you got a little tap on the booty there. I love playing this game.
It really is beautiful to watch.
It makes me happy and stuff. It's great that it's running at fucking 1,000 FPS now, that we got that new computer.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to play all kinds of modern games, and we're gonna play a bunch of emulated games. But still,
You can play all kinds of modern games like Bubble Bobble, Metal Gear 1,
Metal Gear Solid,
Pizza Schmitz of the game.
the floppy disk where they give you a Pizza Pizza Kids meal in 1987.
Pac-Man.
Where, boy, he can really fit in that small space, huh?
Frogger.
Seminine.
Jesus
And who could
Christ.
forget pronunciation?
Well,
My dad made pronunciation. He sent me to college with the pronunciation.
After learner.
After learner.
Whoops. Nice.
Oh, sorry, dude. I feel awful.
I just remembered you were probably a nice guy if we actually got to know each other.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, I made a corpse right now.
I hate you and everything you stand for. Hey, look at this. Just went along the walls here.
Pretty funny, anonymous pile of schmitzer.
We got some schmitzer going on over here. What's that about? Is that about the same thing over here?
Wow, the schmeat lover's delight.
Like, there's absolutely something on the menu that's called, like...
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
well then.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean schmeat. I'm schmeat.
Of course, we have schmeegan options for you. It's in our schmeegan over here. Well, our schmeegan's for you.
Yeah, I'm a schmeegan. That's crazy. I am a schmegatarian.
A schmegscatarian.
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid. That's one of the stupid things I think we've ever said. In the world. Whoops. Alright.
How about my halberd? Whoops. And my halberd? Whoops. My sword.
My regular ass, normal ass sword. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, he got ready for it and everything. Oh, goodness me.
Whoa, calm down, dude. I wasn't fucking ready. Alright, now I'm ready.
Okay, now go.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. Really likes to look up and contemplate the sun.
Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna miss this.
Yeah. Well, last glimpse of the sky.
Whoops. Come on. Oh, he's dead. I'm so sorry, Mr. Knight.
Nicely done, dude.
Banished Night Helm, altered. This guy customizing his gear, dude?
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
You gotta love it.
Maybe there's an item over here, actually. No one. Oh, wait, no, there's only a little area down here. Yeah. Ooh, a somber smithing stone. I'll use this to smith some stuff.
I use it to make coins and I'll be rich.
Rich, I say!
Be able to put it all over the wall and get a parking sphere.
Uh-oh. Oh, so sorry. Game over for you, my friend. Oh, I've got a piece so bad.
Me too.
Really?
Let's cross the streams.
Oh, yeah, man. Let's cross the streams. And, oh, I got the Mr. Corroded. Oh, hi.
Oh! He's like, hold on, I'm thinking. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just thinking back to my training. If somebody sneaks up on you, what do you do? I do push. Can I equip this Corona thing? I can. It's a pretty dope ass weapon, I'm not gonna lie. But it's really short range. I think I'll stick with my helmet. I forgot I have hook claws. Rodeo.
Quick question for you on that menu. Oh, sick.
What's my
Strength, intelligence, dexterity. What's arc and fire?
Arcane and faith.
Ah.
So faith is like healing stuff, and fire attacks, and arcane is like a whole different. It's like its own thing.
Wisdom.
I thought it was arceus for Pokemon and failure. I don't know what times you've gone it.
Arceus.
Yeah, isn't that?
How do you know Arceus?
You've been saying the Pokemon Arceus.
Oh, that's right. It's too late now.
Is it?
It's old hat.
Old hat.
Who gives a fuck?
It's like 2 months old.
Yeah, it's old.
I guess so, but we played Danganronpa. That's 10 years old.
Well, I want to do a Nuzlocke before we do Arceus.
The Nuzlocke wouldn't be on Arceus?
No.
What would that be on?
Any Nuzlocke Arceus? Sorry, what was that?
What Pokemon game would be Nuzlocke?
Oh, I want to do Diamond and Pearl.
Ooh, I don't think I've ever played that.
It's my favorite one.
Really?
It was when I was working at the dog track that came out. So like I had a
So
job.
it's taking your mind off of.
Yes, I was actually playing it under the table. And I did between announcements.
That's awesome.
So.
Would something shitty happen in that game and then you give like a pissed off report of what's going on with the horses? Number one, golden medal.
Well, it was dogs.
Oh, even worse.
Against the dog track. And two.
Sorry, I thought it was a track ran out of dogs for horses. What you said made more sense.
No. I mean, it's always the same.
I'm like 3 streets to the window.
It's actually really not that difficult to be a dog track announcer.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like you follow a script every time. You just send her off. And then you say who's the first, who's the second, who's the third, who's the fourth. By the time you're done with that, they're rounding the first corner. So you say, as they round that first corner, it's all the 3. All about 4, 5, 6, 7. The hard part is remembering the names of the dogs.
Right, I was gonna say, do you have like a little cheat sheet with you?
Yeah, of course.
But here comes number 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I first started, I just used the numbers. Oh, alright, dude.
Oh! Ow.
Little fucking time to heal myself.
Fucking ow!
Yeah, so at the beginning I'd be like, it's all the 1, followed by the 2, 3, and 4 as they run that first turn. The 3 is really catching up on the 4. We're gonna, the 4 is taking the lead. Here we go as they run that final turn. Here we go. The stretch is, oh, it's 3, 5, 1, 6. That's what you do every single time.
And then just like, if you hear someone be like, my life is ruined, just be like, talking loudly over. Snacks are available!
Dude, we're in like a fucking watchtower. You have to like climb a ladder to get to and shit. Like, it's
Really?
like, yeah. I can't hear just Jack Dick while I'm up there.
Old Jack Dick.
The best is when you're like, because everybody, just for some reason, everybody has an opinion about the announcer. So the best is when you go down, because I wasn't the main announcer. Everybody knows the main announcer, but I was like the side announcer, and
I don't know what that means.
like there's a guy that's there like fucking 6 days a week.
Oh, okay, but it's
And people know his voice, and
Right.
his name.
so it's not like
He's
you're
got
you're
bits.
whoops.
So this is bad.
Oops.
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Oops. 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 Oops.
Yeah, they're all pissed off at each other now. Oh, but they got it.
Yeah, we're fine.
Guys, you know, I feel really bad about this sword swap, so I just couldn't face it.
It's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, it's people like to dunk on the announcer, so that was always fun to go around. Some people fucking suck. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I thought you meant like you would announce games at the same time and you were like to the side for the people who didn't have like the high quality seats.
Just go like, oh!
Yeah. Holy shit! Are you hearing what this other announcer's saying?
Damn, wish I was announcing that.
It's like Shmee, myself, and I over here.
Someday.
Oops.
Yeah, this is a fun job. I told you about my boss, right? That we were working out with him.
Yeah.
I told you that story?
Yes, you have actually. Wait, yes, it all came back to me.
On the show.
He was like, don't do that.
Yeah, he got really pissed off. I didn't even find anything.
I mean, maybe some people just don't like being surveyed.
Yeah. It's funny because him saying that made me want to Google him more.
Of course.
Like he was just like, oh cool.
Yeah.
I've been like, oh, never Googling that guy again.
Yeah.
What a boring guy.
Yeah, like this boring as shit. Should have known when your name was Rod Smith.
Rod Moringston.
Tad Average. Hi, I'm Tad Average.
Oh my god, they're really going at me! They're both using the wind. Oh, okay.
Not so fast, I'll drink this potion.
Oh my god, dude, stop. Oh, Jesus, I'm fucked. Oh, no, I'm not fucked.
Run. Yeah, maybe try to separate them if possible.
They were attacking at like the exact wrong cadence. For me to like do anything useful. That's what I was thinking. Suck around each other's dicks for all I care.
Suck on each other's dicks?
Yeah. Each one has two dicks, one for themselves and one for their friend.
Wow. This is different than Dark Souls.
I don't remember the dicks ending still. This one spits fire, but I've been killing it too fast for you to see.
Nice.
Which is good for me. Shit.
What was the most recent Dark Souls?
This one?
No, before this one happened.
Like actual Dark Souls?
Yes.
In terms of like new games, Dark Souls 3. But in terms of what's come out, they remade Demon Souls for PS5. It was fucking awesome. Demon Souls is the first one.
I see.
It's the most like strange. Because they kind of got, they kind of saw like what people like from what people Souls like.
Right.
Demon Souls, there's like so many weird. There's like the last boss is like a fucking slug. Like it doesn't even.
Truly inspires fear into the old heart.
Yeah, exactly. Like it really like made a lot of statements with its gameplay kind of thing. And there's like some of the bosses were really strange. You had to do strange things to beat them. But these games are the more recent ones are sort of like, you learn their pattern, they attack them, and they block. They do. Which I feel like most people like. But some people, they like that old weirdness, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
They like that strange.
Different strokes for different folks.
Different strokes for every folk. I stroke all the time. Nobody asked me if I liked sandwiches on Thursdays. I do.
No one asked me about if they wanted to hear about my stroke. But here we are. I love jokes like that where the old person like loses their train of thought. I watched The Simpsons one where Homer gets falsely accused of being a communist, and they're interviewing his dad on the news, and he's like, "My Homer is not a communist. He may be a moron, an idiot, and a communist, but he is not a porn star." Something like that.
Yeah.
So fucking classic.
Oh boy.
My God, these guys.
Yeah, it's fine. They got their own thing going. Oh God!
Yeah. Their own thing is going real close to my head.
Yeah. Stop using the wind attacks, man. Just use the regular attack.
But I like the wind attacks.
The wind attacks are the ones that kill you.
Yeah, that works for me.
Whoops. Whoa! Oh no! No! Oh no! Everything's terrible!
Got him. Nicely done, Aaron.
Yeah, man. Give him a little kiss on the way down. Make sure he's. Something for Stella. Stella, you're cute.
Go look on the ground for me.
Yes, I can drop this. Okay. I think there's a good one here. So this is actually, so in my game at home, I've kind of just been fucking around, and occasionally I return back to the castle. This is what you're supposed to do, is this castle.
Oh, okay.
And we fight our boy Rick.
Is that a giant dragon or was that a flag?
That's a flag.
Oh, okay.
You got this confused. That's fine.
It just, I saw the shadow and I thought it might be like a dragon's tail. Fletchingly queened.
Yeah, no. I think I'm at Godric in my home game. I just got scared.
Okay.
There was like a lion outside and it made me scared. Fuck the lion and run. So I don't know what I'm just scared about, but yeah, it was scary.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion dies tonight. Oh! I'm aware of that, Aaron. I was
Godric's in this fucking castle or whatever.
Okay.
You gotta fight him and get his runes or whatever.
And he's a gigantic enemy, right?
I don't know what he is.
Okay.
Is it?
But just like in terms of importance, I mean.
Yeah. All I know is that he's a cool guy. Cool guy Godric.
Ah!
Oops. Oh god, jeez, man. Stop fucking guard breaking me. Dick.
Manager Manon.
Yeah, like that.
It was just not like how all altercations happen in real life. Dude, don't cut in front of me, dick!
Stop! Yeah, people hate it when you cut in line.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's the worst.
Have you ever seen people get into a fight at Disneyland because of a line cutter?
I got into a fight at Disneyland. because I was
Really?
cutting a line, yeah.
Because you were cutting the line?
Yeah.
You naughty bear.
Well, listen, my friend and I had to go to the bathroom. and
Listen, here's the thing about the line. I didn't feel like it.
We were just getting in line, and I hate this story. We were just getting in line, and we had to go to the bathroom, so we went to the bathroom, and the rest of our group went in the line. That wasn't gonna take long. There's probably gonna be like 6 people at the line.
Sure.
So we got in line, and then we ended up, and we were like, "Excuse me, our friends are up there." I'm like, "Okay." And then this one lady was just like not having it.
Really?
And it was a real problem. And she was like shouting. And she like would not let us pass because she had like a wheelchair, so like we physically couldn't pass. And then I texted Susie, who was like ahead of the line.
Mhm.
And I was like, this lady's not letting us pass. And she was like, what?
She's Gandalfing us.
So she like cut back in line.
Oh no.
And she was like, this is my husband, I'm up in the line, and he had to go to the bathroom, and she's like, no, that's not how it works. And
It actually kind of is how it works. It works that way all the time.
that was very funny.
How did it resolve?
I just cut her. I mean, fuck her, right? Who
Yeah.
cares?
I waved as the Indiana Jones little Jeep pulled away.
It's like, what is it in your, and then she like gave us the stink eyes with the whole, because like the line curls and everything.
Of course.
So like, every time we passed by them, she's like,
It's just like cold.
It was funny because I think her husband was like kind of over it.
More of a live and let live type. Yeah.
He was like, honey, please, you're really embarrassing me.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
I mean, she might technically be right, but like.
Oh yeah.
You know.
But like, fucking. Come on.
And yeah. On the other hand, is it worth this incredibly minor inconvenience or this big, weird, annoying blow up which you'll both still be thinking about years later?
We go. Whoops, I forgot the run button. We go. Shit, we're still healing. We go.
Got it. Incredible.
Alright, this is the room and that's the line.
No kidding.
Yep. Oh, he's gonna get me. Oh, he didn't get me, thank God.
He's a big
Woo!
friend.
Oh, thank fucking Christ.
Man, nice.
Here I am, baby. Boom! I think Godric's up there.
Like right through that jam?
Yeah, I think he's right through that door.
Should we get a peek at him?
Yeah, let's get a little peek, I'll lose all my runes, it's fine.
I'd love it if you did.
Oh, check this out. Okay, I'll clean out my runes right now.
Okay. Clean your runes, young man.
I'm writing too much. Oh, that was a lot. I mean, I think the problem was.
How so?
It's fine. Because I gave myself like a bunch more runes. It's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I'll take it.
I reduced it down to 2,900. Let's give Godric a little visit. Come on. Got myself a bold draped talisman. Pretty cool. Stormhill.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Or maybe Godric isn't here. This is just a whole other area I was supposed to have. Oh!
Friend or foe?
Can I horse?
He seems like a friendly fellow.
I can't horse.
Oh, God. All right. Well, next time on Game Grumps.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, fucking. Good luck, Aaron.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hey, remember, the point is to have fun.
Hi. Oh God!
Last time on Game Grumps.
That's the first time I've ever attacked a sheep in this game. Please don't tell my wife.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Susie would be like, not the sheepy.
Yeah, she'd be pretty upset. Don't tell my wife. Please don't go on Instagram and tell my wife.
She's gonna see it.
Ukraine says Russia is enraged by the destruction of its prized warship in the Black Sea and is retaliating with stepped-up attacks on civilians in the south and in new strikes on cities in the west. Ukraine is bracing for what might be the bloodiest part of the war so far, a brutal offensive to take the eastern part of the country. And the government has warned that it could resemble some of the worst battles of World War II. Retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Stephen Anderson is with us now. So General Anderson, this morning, an ultimatum has been issued in Mariupol. It has expired. What do we expect to happen there?
I think that the Ukrainians are going to continue to fight, and I don't see them surrendering. I mean, I know that's what the Russians want to play this as. I just don't see it happening. They're just too tough, too resourceful. They realize that it would be a psychological and political victory for all the people if they did surrender. Urban warfare is incredibly difficult, and it's going to take, I think, more time to root them out there. They've already been there for 6 weeks, and they haven't been successful in completely making them surrender. I just don't see it happening to the timeline that the Russians want us to believe. But it could happen, and that would be, of course, a major blow to them. But it's not as operationally significant, perhaps, as some want us to believe.
And in the meanwhile, the Russians are regrouping, trying to resupply, reposition themselves in the eastern part of the country for this upcoming battle. Walk us through what we can expect potentially, and what timeline are we talking about for when this battle for the east, for the Donetsk region, is going to happen?
I think we're still a couple of weeks away. They had 130 battalion tactical groups that started this fight. We know that 40 to 50 of them are already combat ineffective. It's going to take a while, but it's not like a light switch you can turn it on and off. This is not a good army. This is a third-rate army. They are poorly led, they're poorly equipped, they don't execute good tactics. They're not suddenly going to jump into a phone booth and jump out as Superman and change how they basically fight. The problem with their strategy is they continue to violate the principle of mass. They don't concentrate their efforts. They're trying to attack on a 1,200-mile front. Their greatest likelihood of success would be to pick one spot, probably toward Donetsk, attack through already held Russian separatist areas, utilize interior lines to keep their supply lines open, and use brute force, mechanized warfare like they use in heavy artillery to try to push them into the Kramatorsk area.
So you're talking about the city of Donetsk here, which is in this area here. It's adjacent to the inside the separatist backed control area. And you're saying that they need to push north toward this city.
That's exactly what I think that's their greatest likelihood of success. Now, people have talked about them coming down from the north, even coming up from the south. They have not shown that they can execute fire maneuver, they can execute combined arms. They don't know how to integrate artillery, aviation, ground assets to successfully synergize their efforts. And so I think the only thing they can really do is brute force, fire artillery, push them back.
And they have to go through the Ukrainians at this point.
They would have to, because they're dug in those positions. But they can use interior lines. They have friendly area there. The Russian separatists are supporting them, so they're not going to have the interdiction to the supply lines that they've been having thus far. Remember, if they want to get 40 battalion tactical groups on the move to move into Kramatorsk, they're going to need 200 trucks a day in order to stay. The Russians are going to need, and that's a lot. That's a huge exposure, and so that's why they can't attack to the north or the south, because those flanks would be exposed. If they come up through Donetsk, they can protect those supply lines.
Well, let's talk about what the Ukrainians have at their disposal. The U.S. is sending, obviously, a lot more weapons. Some of them are heavy weaponry that they have been asking for, including helicopters, switchblade drones, javelins, howitzers. Talk to us about this package. What is the most significant that you see here?
I like the switchblade drones. I mean, obviously, when you get to artillery, people have been talking about heavy maneuver warfare. You need the big, you need the Q-36 radars, the counter battery radars that we can use. When they fire, we detect them and we can attack them. But we've got 300 kamikaze drones. They've used those with incredible success. I think we need 3,000 drones, to tell you the truth. But I think that we need, the reasons the Ukrainians are winning is their will to fight, their superior logistics, and their technology. I think we need to continue to leverage technology, let them use them, show their resourcefulness. Just like they took out the Moskva cruiser, they showed incredible resiliency and tenacity in using technology, and they can continue to do that in the Don Valley.
The Ukrainians basically want a package like this pretty much every day. Like they need this on a constant, ongoing basis. What does the logistical challenge look like to make that happen?
Well, we have an incredible strategic air force. I used to be a joint lift validator on the joint staff, and I can tell you, we have 232 C-17s, we got 125 C-5s. These are the most capable aircraft in the world. We can fly to Poland in a matter of hours. A C-5 can take 2 M1 tanks. We could establish, and we have established, an air bridge all the way into Poland. And then Poland, we need to essentially, in World War II, we had this effort called the Red Ball Express. It was 6,000 trucks a day pushing. We can set up another Red Ball Express in Warsaw and in Lviv to push 600 miles to Dnipro using trucks, using rail, using river barges, everything we can to move as much as we can to the Donbass.
And to be clear, this is what is possible in your mind.
Absolutely.
It has not happened up
Well, they're doing a very good job thus far because they have great logistics already, but we can ramp up our support even greater. We can use a lot more of our strategic air fleet that we have that's most capable in the world. There's no reason why we're flying 8 to 10 plane loads a day right now.
Oh my God.
50 to 60 a day.
There's a lot more room.
We need to pick it up, and we need to push the attack and take it to the Russians.
Brigadier General Steve Anderson, thank you so much for being with us.
What? Yes. Hmm. No. You gotta run. No.
Okay, I'm tidying up and vacuuming the
Okay.
living room now. What do I do in the bathroom? You did it!
Didn't die, didn't die, didn't
Oh,
die,
no,
didn't
you
die.
died.
I didn't die, I didn't die. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. I need to... See, this thing is terrifying. Oh my god. Okay, I have one too, though. But, like, it has a move that it shouldn't have, and it can, like, almost kill anybody. Like, it sucks. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That probably won't kill me. Oh my god. Yeah, this stupid fucking water spout move? Oh no! What? It healed him. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. Okay, okay. Yeah, this thing is busted. Thunder, I guess. There's nothing else to do. I need to teach this thing something else then. That's so stupid. But yeah, these things have killed 2 of my Pokemon. Just like, they're in the grass here, and they won't let you run away from them. Oh my god, it almost killed my starter just now. It was terrifying. He just turned into a Blastoise, like last combat, like right before this happened. Okay, okay, can I get out of the grass? I need to not use the bike. Okay, 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 it's a Bidoof. Actually, I haven't encountered a Bidoof before, so the Bidoof could have something weird. I don't know. Captivate. Okay. Get me out of this grass, please. I just wanna get... Oh no. I have to keep fighting. Okay, what? You wanted to clean now? What do you want me to do?
I was gonna. I'm doing the tidying of the living room and the vacuuming. I was wondering if you could start with the bathroom.
Okay, what do you want me to do with that?
Clean it. Like the sink and the toilet and tub. And then I'll do the dishes. just needed to know how to do video.
down. Take that. Stand up. Stand. You want this? No, stand up. Stand up. Get up. Hold that. Stay. Okay, come here. Good boy.
Are you ready to not plan? Do you still have conversation? Nothing. I was gonna say if you did have still have motivation, I still have motivation. Could do better good. But you could also do that. Because I'm not super married to that plan.
joined the FBI in 1933, with Tolson as Hoover's number 2, a position he held until Hoover died in 1936.
Okay, what do we want to do for dinner?
Is that ground beef we took out bad now?
We took it out Friday? Thursday. Sounds not bad. Want to do tacos?
They didn't pay for their food or drink.
Sounds good.
For dinner, most evenings, they would eat at Harvey's restaurant, where they were also comped at very expense to the owners, something that was never reported to the IRS.
And it wasn't just a workday relationship. For many years, Hoover and Tolson went on extended vacations together.
In the winter, they would go for weeks at a time to the Gulfstream Hotel in Miami, and in the summer, it would be the Del Cerro Hotel in California. At neither place did they pay for room or board. All travel, either by rail or by air, was billed to their government expense account under the pretense that they were on official business, inspecting FBI field offices. But they did nothing of the kind. Instead, they spent all of their time either at the local racetrack or lounging around the hotel swimming pool.
The Del Cerro Hotel in La Jolla, California, where Hoover and Tolson went each summer, was a high-end resort owned by oil baron Clint Murchison. According to the history website Gibson's World, quote, the hotel was frequented by guests such as mobsters Meyer Lansky, Carlos Marcello, Johnny Roselli, and Sam Giancana, along with politicos such as Lyndon Johnson, Richard Nixon, and J. Edgar Hoover with his partner Clyde Tolson. Murchison gained control of the nearby Del Mar racetrack, where Hoover was set up with his own private box. So the head of our national police force, who by reputation was the very personification of thrift and honesty, was in real life something entirely different. And while the FBI was good at chasing down bank robbers and car thieves, and quite keen on raising the alarm about communists said to be hiding in the chambers of government, it didn't do a thing against organized crime, which decade after decade became a stronger force in the American landscape. One would have thought that the head of the National Police Force would have been eager to take on organized crime, but Hoover wasn't. Moreover, he said publicly that organized crime didn't really exist in America. What could be the explanation for this? According to Bill Pepper, Monsignor Meyer Lansky, who was basically running things at the Gulfstream Hotel, was pulling the strings here.
Meyer set that up. Meyer instructed Costello, who had a suite at the Waldorf Astoria, as did Hoover, to go visit Hoover and to show him photographs of him in sexual activity with Tolson, and put the photographs on a table and say to him, well, you can have a wonderful life, Edgar, or we can release these. Well, Hoover, being the coward that he was, had no choice in his own mind when Frank Costello confronted him, and he agreed then that he would do what they required. And what they required was that the mob didn't exist. He just sold out to them entirely.
The story of Meyer Lansky bringing Hoover on board is best described in Anthony Summers' book, The Secret Life of J. Edgar Hoover. According to Summers' sources, Lansky had Hoover in his control because he had photographs of him engaging in sex with Tolson and other men. I don't know if this is true, but it's not an outrageous idea. As we heard earlier, Hoover was happy to bug every hotel room that Martin Luther King stayed in. So how hard would it have been for someone to do that to him?
Yeah, what?
If I got steaks, we could do that tonight and do tacos tomorrow. Or we could do tacos tonight and steak tomorrow.
I just don't want the meat to go bad.
Okay, so we'll do tacos.
In the 40s and 50s, when Hoover and Tolson were staying for extended periods of time, without charge, in mob-connected hotels. Once Lansky or anyone else had those photographs, he would virtually own the director of the FBI. And there is little in Hoover's actions over the years to say that wasn't the case. He just didn't go after the mob. To be sure, there are other possible reasons for Hoover's reluctance to act against organized crime. Arresting and convicting a mobster would be a lot more work than what was required to bring down a car thief. Mobsters could afford good lawyers, and when scary guys were put on trial, juries were more likely to end up undecided. And Hoover was particularly proud of the Bureau's conviction rate. And along with that, it probably felt pretty good getting tips on horse races from people on the inside, and hanging around the pool with film stars and gangsters, being treated like a celebrity, and paying for none of it. Of course, the people offering the free stuff were most likely expecting something in return. So was Hoover being blackmailed? Or was he simply corrupted? And which is worse? Besides living the good life with Hoover when they were off duty, one might wonder what Tolson's responsibilities were inside the FBI as the second in command. Quite simply, it was to protect Hoover from any threat, real or imagined, that might arise within the Bureau or without. Tolson was not only a second pair of eyes and ears, he had his own informants, a reputation for being mean, and he might end a man's career over nothing just to show others that he could do it. In short, he was Hoover's hatchet man, and everyone was afraid of him because he was sitting on the right hand of God. But beyond that, Tolson gave Hoover a way to get things done that didn't have to be recorded in an order or a memo. He could run important errands for Hoover, errands that were completely off the books. And it appears that's what Tolson was doing when he becomes part of our story by showing up. If you're struggling with grief, relationships, or stress, and you feel like it's wearing you down, sometimes it helps to get licensed professional. Visit the MLK Tapes is sponsored by BetterHelp, and our listeners get 10% off their first month of online therapy at betterhelp.com/MLK. That's betterhelp.com/MLK.
USA Fibroid Centers wants you to be free of painful fibroids, bloating, cramping, heavy bleeding or between cycles, pain during intercourse, without a hysterectomy, offering a minimally invasive non-surgical option called UFE, uterine fibroid embolization. Short recovery time, no hospital stay, and covered by most insurance. Call 929-200-3921. We are stronger when we fight fibroids together. 929-200-3921.
Is the look serving? Am I delivering the Bridgerton vibe?
Yeah.
Last time I
I love this is the ribbon on your sock.
they was living on the airport, you know, I mean, they didn't have 747s dropping in.
Don't get COVID.
And all that, and we went on out there and picked him up at the airport.
100% keeping my
In
mask
previous
on.
episodes, we have
I would
heard from
drink
Ronald Lee
outside the
Atkins, who was
venue.
only 16 years old when King was murdered. Atkins lived in Memphis and was privy to many discussions about the need to kill King, because he was the son of Russell Atkins Sr., the man who led many of these meetings. Atkins Sr. was a man of influence in Memphis, and beyond that, he had a special friend in Washington who would visit.
You mean
like a
National Day.
roast or...
He was a big connection with Daddy.
I mean,
he,
one person can eat a ribeye, but I mean, like,
Daddy and give Daddy money to.
yeah, I don't know. Angelica, how much does a ribeye feed? You need like one per person, right?
4 or 5 times a year.
You don't really like
He'd call and
split a ribeye.
go get him. And,
Do you?
You know, in a cab or.
Angelica.
Oh yeah, no, you're right, because this is, I thought it was
So who was this
more
man
than
who would
that
fly in
kind
from
of
Washington?
Yeah,
the man
it's
who
only
Ronald
one
Lee
thing.
Atkins was told to call
It's like
Uncle
things.
Clark. It was
I'm
Clark
She's
trying-
trying to order food.
Hoover's
I'm
second
trying
in
to order
command.
food, and I was trying to think
This
of
is good.
what would we get for like a roast
Hoover
or
used to
something that could be
send
cooked in a
in,
crock pot that's like
Tulsa
with steak.
on a
Because they
regular basis
kill anemic,
to
so I
meet
need
with
to
Atkins,
eat
the
something
Atkins
with
family,
iron.
the Dixie Mafia people.
Actual roast then.
Dixie
Like a pork
Mafia
loin
people were
roast. You want
junior
a loin
cousins
roast.
of the
Yeah,
of the
like
Marcello
sirloin roast, pork loin
organization.
roast.
But they worked together. They
Yeah.
were closely. When
Huh?
Marcello
the
might
iron.
Yeah, so, yeah,
wanted
you want a
something to
loin
happen, but it had
roast.
to happen
Loin roast.
They would have
Wait,
used
a beef one?
the Atkins
Yeah.
family to do this.
Not a like.
And what
Well, that's fine,
surprised
whatever.
me
I'm gonna
was
leave it.
that
I'm gonna say Atkins.
the extent to which he
You got
used
it.
Clyde Tolson,
Oh
who
my
was his
God.
number 2, as the messenger always.
For as long as Atkins could remember,
Yeah,
Clyde
you
Tolson
want,
would
like,
visit
an
his
actual
house a couple
roast
times
cut
a
of
year.
meat. That's what
When
you're
Atkins gave his deposition to Bill Pepper, he brought several backyard photographs of himself and Tolson, which you can check out on our website.
Hey, it's Clyde, me, and kid lived across the street.
Right, and you would have been how old here? 7?
Yeah, probably 6, 7.
Okay, so this then would have been 58 or 59.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here we go. Sirloin roast. Yes?
What we learned from these photos is that Tolson and Ronnie Lee's father,
get
Russell
2.
Sr., had a
And then we
relationship
can
that
make
went
one
back
each
for
pot, or
years.
should I just get one
And
each
part of
pot?
what would happen on some of these visits
That's what
is
I
that
had
Tolson
before.
would bring cash
That's what we
money
just had.
for Russell Sr. to pass along to those on the off-the-books payroll.
Came directly from Clyde Tolson to my father's hand in a brown bag or a suit or kind of like a doctor's bag. I have seen Clyde Tolson open the bag up and pull his papers out and take the money out, and it was usually in a bag, you know. And then they'd open the sack up and pull the money out, and then they'd go to count, and then they'd both count. Yeah, I mean, you know, one potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. That's why they did it.
Pepper then asked Atkins if he knew how much money changed hands.
I had no idea. I wished I'd seen, you know, a good chunk of it, but it just didn't happen. I got allowances pretty good though. You know, I get some belly washers and peanuts and stuff when I wanted.
So Tolson would bring money to Atkins, who, as we discovered in an earlier episode, was a leader in the Dixie Mafia. As Atkins said, Tolson would use his father and give his father money to do different things. This arrangement gave Hoover players on the board who were not G-men, and who could do things and not have to make reports. As Atkins would describe, there had often been talk about killing King at various Klan and Mason meetings going back into the 1950s. But after King's 1963 March on Washington and his award of the Nobel Prize in 1964, the talk took on a sense of urgency. More ideas were floated about how it could be done. And if you've come with us this far, you've heard how Ronnie Lee described the general plan. But we play his words here another time because they are important words.
The plan was to disrupt the city because they was going to get King to the city because Tolson said that they wanted it handled in Memphis where Daddy and them could handle it, where specifically Daddy and them could handle it. So the workers would get King to town, is what it all boiled down to. And by getting him to town, then they was going to take care of him. So apparently he come down from Hoover. You know, I don't think Clyde was doing that on his own.
So this was the deal as 14-year-old Ronnie Lee Atkins understood it. But the working relationship between Tolson and Russell Sr. was derailed when Tolson suffered a stroke in 1966 and Atkins Sr. died a year later. But according to Ronnie Lee, the plotting kept on under new leadership. The part of his father assumed by his 36-year-old half-brother, Russell Jr., and the role of Tolson picked up by veteran FBI agent Frank Holloman, who would become the next head of fire and police in Memphis just a few months before King was killed. What follows is Bill Pepper questioning Ronnie Lee Atkins, who is testifying under oath, with his lawyer, Stephen Tolan, sitting close by.
We're into 1968. The sanitation workers' strike hits.
Yes, Daddy's dead.
Your father's dead.
Right.
Who's taken over the...
Russell Jr. and Holloman.
So Russell Jr., Frank Holloman are running the assassination effort.
Yes.
Do you know how long your father knew Holloman?
He knew Frank a pretty good while.
Is it possible, because Holloman, of course, ran Hoover's office for
Yes.
Is it possible that Holloman introduced Tolson to your father?
I think that Tolson introduced Frank to Daddy. I think that's how that happened.
You think it worked the other way around?
I think Tolson's the one that put Daddy with Frank. Because Frank run this office here for years.
Frank Holloman had joined the FBI right out of law school in 1937. He worked hard and found favor with Director Hoover, and for 7 years in the 1950s was the man who ran Hoover's office in Washington. Then he left for important posts in the field, becoming an agent in charge in Atlanta, and then continuing on to Memphis, which is what Atkins was referring to when he said he had run this office for years. And this is important because Frank Holloman was no stranger to Memphis when he became the director of fire and police. He already knew who everybody was and what they were up to. And according to Atkins, Holloman was an important part of what they were up to.
What was said? Anything significant said at any of these? I heard Frank Holloman tell Russell Jr., I want the son of a bitch shot, shoot the son of a bitch in the mouth. Holloman say that? I heard that at Berkeley Baptist Church in a meeting. And do you remember when that meeting was? That was probably less than 2 weeks before they killed him.
As we saw in the previous segment, in the week before King was killed, the FBI had composed a nasty article to be secretly released to friendly news outlets that attacked King for staying at a posh, white-owned hotel in Memphis, when there was a perfectly good black-owned hotel, the Lorraine, where he could stay if he was willing to patronize black-owned businesses, as he was telling his followers to do. Why did the FBI care where King stayed in Memphis? This was an easy question for running the Adams.
I think they had it set up for him to stay at the Lorraine ahead of time because they were set up to work out of Jowers' place. Now, whether or not they were going to hit him from the window, I don't know. I don't think so. I think they were going to try to hit him from the fire station at first. As far as those firemen, I know that they had some moved. My brother had talked to somebody, and I think it was Holloman, about having them moved, and I think it was Holloman that came up with the idea, if there's a threat, if we can show some kind of a threat, we could have them moved. And I think that's what they used, was a threat.
As Atkins relates, the first idea was to shoot King from some position at the firehouse. But even with the black firemen removed, there were too many people there to assure privacy at the back window. But the brush-covered yard behind Jim's grill had promise. So who made the call? Atkins said it was his brother Russell Jr. and Frank Holloman.
Where it came down to hitting him from behind the grill, I don't know if he was down there after that, but man, there was a ton of shit back there. So it was the perfect place. The angle wasn't right. They needed him up where he was level with them at least.
The angle wasn't right, and that would explain the sudden need for a room change. King had been successfully booked into the Lorraine Motel where an ambush awaited, but he'd been booked into room 202 on the ground floor. From the firehouse, a man standing outside room 202 might have been a decent target, but not from the yard behind Jowers' grill. If the shooter were back far enough to be covered by the brush, the hill itself would hide the rooms on the ground floor. This problem was apparently recognized a day or so before King was to arrive, and there was a rushed effort to get King into another room, preferably on the second floor across from the yard behind Jowers' grill. So there it is. King was moved to room 306. If you're struggling with grief, relationships, or stress, and you feel like it's wearing you down, or videos, so check out Empty States. The MLK Tapes is sponsored by BetterHelp, and our listeners get 10% off their first month of online therapy at betterhelp.com/MLK. That's betterhelp.com/MLK.
Do you or a loved one suffer from painful fibroids, bleeding between periods, frequent urination, cramping, bloating? You are not alone. Up to 80% of women by age 50 will struggle with uterine fibroids. Hysterectomy often recommended. USA Fibroid Centers offers a minimally invasive procedure known as uterine fibroid embolization, UFE. Call today, 929-200-3921, or visit usafibroidcenters.com. We are stronger when we fight fibroids together. 929-200-3921.
Martin Luther King was shot in Memphis at 6 in the evening. Almost instantly, the news appeared on the FBI teletype. But in Washington, it was a little after 7, and most people had already left. But Paul Latursky, a young man who was serving as Hoover's personal assistant, was still there. He saw the teletype come in, ripped it from the machine, and headed for the phone.
I called Hoover at home. I didn't want him to hear it over the news. I called him and I said, Mr. Hoover, I just got a telex message from our Memphis office. Said that Martin Luther King was shot while standing on a balcony in that city.
Okay.
And then there was
I
this
thought that
pause.
was the one you got on.
And his immediate reaction to me was, is he dead?
It's the brown bag
And I said, I don't know. All I have is the fact that he was shot. Then I asked him if he would like me to connect him with the head of the Memphis office, and he said, yeah, do that. Then there was another slight delay, and he said to me, I hope this son of a bitch doesn't die, because if he does, they'll make a martyr out of him. Those were his exact words, and I'll never forget it.
I don't like Cheetos that much, but feel free to get them.
So do Hoover's words upon hearing the news about King reveal anything to us? Paul Latursky, who just came out with a book about his years in the FBI titled
I'm trying to
The
think.
Director,
I'm never
was
good at
pretty
thinking
clear
about
with
this
me
kind of stuff.
that he
I don't really
thought
think
Hoover's
about
words should remove
snacks.
him from any suspicion about the murder.
No more Cheetos.
I was surprised because I didn't hear it that way. So I played the clip for a friend, and he said something similar. That a man who hopes another man doesn't die isn't the one we should suspect of killing him. And that makes sense if you don't mind being overly literal with Hoover's words. Seen another way, if Hoover had played any part in the killing of King, however passive, he would have had time to reflect on possible, unfortunate side effects, such as, even in death King would best him, as he clearly has done. So of course Hoover might say what he said about King becoming a martyr. But regardless of which way you think his words point, there can be no dispute about the hatred you can hear in them. At about the same time that Latursky was on the phone with his boss Hoover, John Curington was on the phone with his boss, H.L. Hunt.
Mr. Hunt, he called me, I would say within less than 10 minutes after Martin Luther King was killed there in Memphis there, and told me to call every radio station in the United States, or everywhere that Lifeline was broadcast. We were also in Mexico and at that time Hawaii, and have them not to do the program on Martin Luther King. We were doing a very derogatory series of stories on Martin Luther King, most of which had come through J. Edgar Hoover. Over a period of time of about 2 hours, we were able to call all the radio stations.
As soon as Curington had accomplished this task, Hunt had another. He wanted to go into hiding. His views on King were well known, and he didn't feel safe in his home. He asked Curington to arrange for travel and lodging under an assumed name. So under the names of Mr. and Mrs. John Curington, Hunt and his wife Ruth flew out to El Paso and checked into a hotel. But first thing Monday, a call came into Hunt's Dallas office, someone wanting to speak to the absent Mr. Hunt.
J. Edgar Hoover called, I'd say about 9 or 9:30 on a Monday morning after the death of Martin Luther King on Friday, and asked for Mr. Hunt, and the switchboard advised Mr. Hoover that Mr. Hunt was out of town. At that time, Mr. Hunt asked our switchboard operator if John was in, and as far as I know, he never knew my last name. But anyway, I got on the phone, and Hoover asked where Mr. Hunt was. I told him. He asked if I could get a hold of him and asked him if he would come to Washington. I told him yes, I could.
According to Curington, he called Hunt and told him that Hoover not only wanted to talk to him, but wanted to do the talking in person. Would Hunt travel to Washington? Hunt said yes, and Curington again made the reservations under another name. Hunt flew to Washington and stayed for a couple of days. In our previous episode, we heard attorney John Curington describe how one day out of the blue, he was selected to be
so
H.L. Hunt's personal
Thank
assistant,
you. Okay,
a
here I go.
position he held for 12 years. Hunt was an extremely wealthy Texas oilman, often called the richest man in America. As Curington tells us, Hunt was a longtime supporter of Lyndon Johnson and also had an ongoing alliance with J. Edgar Hoover.
Mr. Hunt felt like he could do certain things for J. Edgar Hoover that Hoover couldn't do for himself. But more important, Mr. Hunt believed that J. Edgar Hoover could furnish him information that he could use in his business activities.
What activities? As we've heard, Mr. Hunt produced a radio program called Lifeline that was designed to advance his rather extreme political views. It was only 15 minutes in length, but a new show came out every day, 6 days a week, and was carried by over 500 radio stations across the country.
The program did a lot of derogatory comments on Martin Luther King. J. Edgar Hoover kept a personal file on him, and we were privileged to a lot of that information in those files that was redrafted and rewritten and used in the Lifeline program.
As Curington would reveal, Hoover and Hunt would have brief conversations on the phone maybe once a month. It was a romance of sorts. Hunt had wealth, Hoover had power, and they shared a deep hatred of Martin Luther King. According to Curington, Hunt felt sure that he could destroy King with his radio program.
Mr. Hunt was under the impression that the message against Martin Luther King that Lifeline could deliver would eventually attract somebody or someone or some group that would see that Martin Luther King was removed from power.
Hoover, according to Curington, was less certain than Hunt that Lifeline alone could achieve this, but he was willing to help. So J. Edgar Hoover, the nation's top lawman, broke the law continuously by secretly giving to Hunt material on King that Hunt could turn around and use on his radio programs. When President John Kennedy was murdered, Attorney General Robert Kennedy lost all control over the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover. And the new president, Lyndon Johnson, apparently had no desire to shield King from Hoover, though he and King, for a time, maintained an outwardly friendly relationship. But in private, Johnson's real feelings would surface, and Curington was privy to some of it.
I've never heard such vile language as Lyndon Johnson used in describing his feeling for Martin Luther King. So for the public, they were accepted as very close friends, all both looking out for each other. But I don't know of anybody that Lyndon Johnson had a more dislike for than Martin Luther King, and the same thing with J. Edgar Hoover.
When Hoover invited Hunt to come to Washington right after King had been killed, it allowed for more private and personal conversations than either man was willing to have on the phone. Curington wasn't privy to any of that.
I have no earthly idea of what they talked about, but I believe that J. Edgar Hoover, H.L. Hunt, and Lyndon Johnson were putting themselves into a holding pattern where if anything did surface that would suggest they had advanced knowledge of this, they wanted to have as clean a path as possible.
Of course, a totally clean path was hard to be certain of because the alleged killer of Dr. King had not been captured, and no one could be sure what he might reveal once he was, assuming he was captured alive. At that time, H.L. Hunt and Joe Civillo, the powerful mafia boss, both lived in Dallas. The two men were not what you would call friends, but they shared a respect, stayed out of each other's business, and once in a while might meet at Civillo's place out at the airport, where, according to Curington, Civillo might offer a short lesson on how to get away with murder.
Civillo's, in comments to Mr. Hunt, told him that, hiring somebody to kill someone was no problem at all, but immediately after that killing was done, you either had to, one, destroy the person who did the killing, or if the man got indicted, you had to make arrangements that that man pled guilty so he could not testify in open court as to what he knew or did not know on a particular crime there.
2 months after King's murder, James Earl Ray was captured in London. He was brought to Memphis, where he was held incommunicado for 8 months, exactly what you would do if you were not sure what the man might say if allowed to speak in public. But if others were involved in the killing of King, it would appear that Ray did not pose a danger, at least as far as telling secrets, because he didn't know much. But Ray did pose a danger, because if he went to trial, the evidence would have to bear up under examination, and the case against him might fall apart as his first attorney Arthur Haynes thought it would. And who knew what other witnesses might appear and what they might have to say? And if Ray were found not guilty, or worse still, If the case against him were shown to be a sham, where would that leave J. Edgar Hoover and the vaunted FBI, who had run the investigation? If Ray had been set up, who had done the setting up? Who had allowed them to do it? And who had accepted and promoted the phony evidence? These questions threatened to absolutely destroy J. Edgar Hoover. Again, John Curington.
Hoover and Johnson and Mr. Hunt all shared the same view that if James Earl Ray should go to trial, he could blow everybody out of the boat that was floating around out in the ocean there. So I think in the opinion of J. Edgar Hoover, Lyndon Johnson, and H.L. Hunt, that it was necessary for James Earl Ray to plead guilty to that where none of his testimony would be made public.
According to John Curington, Hoover and Hunt were on the phone more often after Ray had been captured. The door between Curington's office and Hunt's office was always open at Hunt's insistence, so there wasn't much that happened in that office that John Curington wasn't privy to. One afternoon, according to Curington, after Hoover had been on the phone with Hunt, Curington was called into Hunt's office, whereupon Hunt made another phone call.
Mr. Hunt called Percy Foreman one day, and he told Mr. Foreman that he had a young lawyer in his office that had come up with a lot of ideas as to why James Earl Ray should enter a guilty plea in the killing of Martin
So
Luther King.
here's the thing.
And the young lawyer was myself, and he asked
I'm
if I
thinking
came
that
to
maybe
Houston,
I
would
should
Percy
not
Foreman
take a class this
visit with me
semester
and go
and
over
wait
the
until next
theories that I
semester
had
since we'll
jotted
be
down.
moved by next
And
semester.
Percy Foreman agreed to do that. I left the next
Instead of
morning.
going for it now and trying to do
Curington made the
everything
quick
all at
flight
once
from Dallas to
and
Houston,
possibly not
took a
doing
cab
it
from the airport,
well, or
and arrived at Foreman's office.
Whatever
He was not empty-handed.
you think would work
I had a
best for you.
briefcase
I don't know.
with $125,000 cash in it. Mr. Foreman and I probably exchanged a few
think I'm gonna do
things
that
for 2 or 3
because-
minutes, and I just simply stated to him.
Yeah,
that
and I have to
jotted down
decide today because
125,000
today I have
reasons
2 homeworks to
why
turn
James
in,
Earl Ray should
or
plead
I
guilty
have to
to
drop
killing
classes.
Martin
If I
Luther
post
King,
anything in the class,
and,
I don't
would
get
like
my
to
money
leave
back.
Those reasons with him. And Percy Foreman, without any comment, said just to leave your briefcase. That was the extent of our conversation.
Curington would say that the lack of any questions or conversation on the part of Percy Foreman felt spooky to him. He left Foreman's office feeling that this was a deal that had been set up well in advance.
If I were just making an editorial type of comment, in my opinion, I believe that J. Edgar Hoover himself would have made a call to Percy Foreman and told him what was fixing to happen.
This is a stunning story. According to Curington, he brings $125,000 to Foreman in exchange for the promise that Ray will plead guilty. What reasons do we have for believing him? First, it would go a long way to explaining Foreman's strange conduct toward Ray, pushing his way into the case and forcing out a pair of lawyers who were preparing an affirmative defense of Ray, then doing nothing on Ray's behalf, and finally putting Ray under extraordinary pressure to plead guilty while publicly pretending that was always the plan. And if that were not enough, Foreman then puts his name to an article in a national magazine assigning nasty, untrue motives for Ray in regards to the murder, such as what he was really trying to do was start a race war. At every turn, Percy Foreman seems to be acting in the interest of someone off stage. Would Foreman really take money and betray a client by secretly working for the other side? Well, as we heard in episode 4, Foreman did that very thing. Just a few years after the King murder, Foreman signed up a client who had a conflict with Bunker and Herbert Hunt, the sons of H.L. Hunt, and then approached the Hunts and took $100,000 from them in return for getting his client to do what the Hunts wanted. It's all laid out in a federal indictment. So I think we now know how it was that James Earl Ray put in a plea of guilty when he really wanted to go to trial. It was arranged, paid for. He was forced into it. Foreman was simply not going to defend him, and the chief beneficiary of all that was J. Edgar Hoover. He was the one on the hook if the trial of James Earl Ray took a bad turn. In 1924, J. Edgar Hoover, at the age of 29, became the first head of the Bureau of Investigation, which later became the FBI, and he was still director of the FBI when he died in 1972. He had seen presidents come and go, and he had used his office to collect information on just about everyone, which made him the most feared man in America, unless of course you were with the mob. Though many wanted to, no president dared to replace the man. It was only after Hoover died that the Senate Church Committee was formed to investigate what they would call, quote, the criminal abuse of power by the FBI. 2 years later, Louis Stokes, chairman of the House Select Committee looking into the assassination of Martin Luther King, read a statement of his own into the record that took the FBI's conduct to the very edge of murder.
Should the committee take special note that the conduct of the FBI in this conspiracy of harassment of Dr. King was not only unjustified as policy, it was also illegal and unconstitutional. Did the conduct of the FBI contribute in any significant degree to the sequence of events that occurred in Memphis and led to Dr. King's death?
In the MLK tapes, we have attempted to answer that question by presenting the stories of people who have told what they knew about the murder of Martin Luther King. No one had a complete picture. Each person only knew what he or she saw, heard, or did. We heard from Police Captain Jerry Williams, whose all-black security detail was not called to protect King on his final visit to Memphis. Fire Captain Carthel Whedon, who on the day of the murder brought men with cameras and fancy ID up to the roof of the firehouse. Attorney Art Haynes, who had a witness who saw the package with a rifle placed on the street minutes before the shooting. Judge Joe Brown, who offered hard reasons why that rifle could not have been the murder weapon. Detective Barry Linville, who saw a bullet in near perfect condition removed from the body of King, something that in no way resembled the pieces of lead the FBI would later offer as the death slug. Ronnie Lee Atkins, who told us how the shot was fired from the yard behind the grill where there was plenty of cover. Betty Spades, who saw a smoking gun brought in from that yard. And a lot of others with similar stories that did not fit with the official version of the crime. But even collectively, their testimony doesn't tell everything. Each is only a tile in the mosaic, and when they are all in place, the image is still incomplete. We don't know all the actors and the roles they played, but if you step back and look at the mosaic, you can see a picture. The murder of Dr. Martin Luther King was a planned event, and that fact was covered up by the people who were in charge of investigating the crime. And when it appeared that Ray's attorneys were really going to fight the charge in court and call into question the shaky evidence, something had to be done. So Percy Foreman was sent in at the last moment to wrestle the case away from Ray's attorneys and force a plea of guilty, which is precisely what he did and what he was paid to do. The evidence of this is overwhelming. As a nation, we choose what we want to remember. Each year, on the third Monday of January, we celebrate the birth of Dr. Martin Luther King with a national holiday that bears his name. Newspapers and magazines publish flattering portraits and gush about what a great man he was, conveniently forgetting the awful things they said about him after he spoke against the war. Now they remember him, not as the traitor they once denounced, but as an American saint. But they never ask questions about how he died, and their pages are used to shout down anyone who does. Meanwhile, the man who used his public position to take massive bribes, who every day violated the law he was sworn to uphold, the man who tried to destroy King at every turn and finally helped to arrange his death, that man has a granite-faced building named in his honor in our nation's capital. For Tenderfoot TV and iHeartRadio, I'm Bill Klaver, and this has been the MLK Tapes.
Thanks for listening to the MLK Tapes, a production of iHeartRadio and Tenderfoot TV. This podcast is not specifically endorsed by the King family or the King estate. The MLK Tapes is written and hosted by Bill Klaper. Matt Frederick and Alex Williams are executive producers on behalf of iHeartRadio.
Turn your dreams into reality by taking control of your future. The 30 colleges and 7 universities of Minnesota State offer more than 3,800 academic programs. That means endless opportunities with access to countless resources to help you reach your goals, all with the lowest tuition in Minnesota. Learn more and apply to a Minnesota State college or university at minnState.edu. That's minnState.edu. Minnesota State, extraordinary education, exceptional value.
Hi, I'm Anita Hill. You probably know me, or think you do. I've learned firsthand about our country's shortcomings, and despite it all, I still believe we can solve society's biggest problems. My new podcast, Getting Even, is about equality and what it takes to get there. Listen to Getting Even on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to the MLK Tapes, a production of iHeartRadio and Tenderfoot TV. The views and opinions expressed in this podcast are solely those of the podcast author or individuals participating in the podcast, and do not represent those of iHeartMedia, Tenderfoot TV, or their employees. Listener discretion is advised.
The National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis traces the history of slavery in America and then follows the nation's long struggle for human rights. Its rooms portray lunch counter sit-ins, freedom rides, bus boycotts, and burned churches. To walk through its halls is a moving experience, made all the more exceptional because the museum is built into the shell of the former Lorraine Motel, where Martin Luther King was murdered. Being at the Lorraine also helps to bring into focus some of the unresolved questions surrounding the death of Dr. King. Even more so because in 2002, the museum acquired the neighboring rooming house from where James Earl Ray was said to have fired the fatal bullet. The rooming house has been renovated to accommodate the public and is accessed from the museum by way of a tunnel. Its interior is dedicated to displays that pertain to the assassination, such as a rifle said to be the murder weapon, and a replica of Ray's famous white Mustang. But a few places have been preserved in the condition in which they were found after the murder, such as the bedroom that Ray had rented, and the bathroom from which he was said to have fired the shot. When I visited Memphis last year, I was joined by historian Ryan Jones, who accompanied me through both the Lorraine and the rooming house sections of the museum. I was not permitted to record any sound, so the voice of Mr. Jones that you'll hear in this segment was recorded at a later date. Mr. Jones had grown up in Memphis and has been with the museum for 10 years. He is an expert on the King assassination, and I asked him what got him interested in the case.
It wasn't until I moved back to Memphis in 1997. I think I was watching a talk show. It may have been Montel Williams, to be exact. And the King family, some of his children appeared on that talk show, and they were talking of getting James Earl Ray, the accused assassin, a trial here in Memphis, which he never got in 1968 and 69. And I really didn't get back into it until I began starting to work at the museum. And it was there when I realized that the museum holds all of the state's evidence against James Earl Ray and its collections. And I just began to go by box, file by file. I left no file, unturned. So I just began to do my own individual research and began to interview people. And almost 10 years later, I feel like I have a pathway of what truly happened here in Memphis at the Lorraine on April 4th, 1968.
It should be noted here that on the issue of whether James Earl Ray was a lone assassin or if others were involved, the museum itself takes what it calls a neutral position. The people who work there are entitled to their opinions, but we should remember that Ryan Jones is speaking here on his own and not for the museum itself. Of course, working at the museum in the old Lorraine Motel, Jones is in an excellent position to have an informed opinion about certain matters. For example, did King always stay at the Lorraine when he came to Memphis, as some said? Or did he usually stay at other places and was shamed or maneuvered into staying at the Lorraine because a certain reception had been planned.
There's this myth that has been floating around for the past 52 years that Dr. King was a normal guest, and even that he stayed at the Lorraine on numerous occasions. This is, however, not true. This is indeed false. The Reverend James Lawson, who lived in Memphis at the time, whom King met with the day before his assassination, stated affirmatively many times that when he came to Memphis, they would stay at his house. They'd go to the Peabody. They'd stay at the Admiral Bimbo.
On March 28th, the night following the Memphis march that became a riot, King stayed at the Rivermont Hotel and held a press conference there the next morning where he condemned the riot, but couldn't say for sure how it had started, though there were those in his camp who believed the window smashing and looting had somehow been arranged in advance. 7 years later, in congressional hearings, it would be revealed that the same morning that King was speaking to the press, a document was being produced by the FBI in Washington. It was in the form of a press release that criticized King for staying at the Rivermont and specifically named the Lorraine Motel as the more appropriate place for him to stay. It bore the approving initials of J. Edgar Hoover and was to be circulated to what the FBI called friendly news outlets.
The very next day, on the 29th, there is a press release calling Dr. King a hypocrite, and it pretty much states that you are staying at a predominantly white business and you're asking African Americans to boycott white merchants when you're not even giving business to the lavish and plush Lorraine Motel. This was an FBI memorandum that was released on March the 29th, 1968. Why would the FBI care where Dr. King stays at this time unless the Lorraine Motel was a particular area that they needed him to be at? And of course, he was eventually moved from his original room, which was down below, and was moved upstairs to 306.
And just how did this room change come about? There are two stories. Both come from the owner of the Lorraine, Walter Bailey.
Mr. Bailey told this story to an investigative reporter by the name of Wayne Chastain. And the story states that someone who appeared to be very tall and athletic with a light complexion came to Mrs. Bailey, who did all of the hotel reservations, and stated that Dr. King did not want this nice room inside and away from the original trajectory, and that he wanted room 306 on the second floor. The second story is that it was a phone call from Atlanta that was made, so that the Baileys got a phone call from Atlanta a day or two before they arrived, stating that Dr. King specifically wanted room 306.
Why two stories, both supposedly from Mr. Bailey? We don't know. But if the real story involved the phone call from Atlanta, why would Walter Bailey make up another story of a tall, athletic man coming to the Lorraine to make the room change? It makes no sense. But if it were the other way around, and the room was changed by someone posing as an advanced man, a description of that man might, upon further thought, be a dangerous story to tell and give birth to the supposed phone call. Of course, a quick conversation with Mrs. Bailey, who changed the room, could clear up the situation. But as Mr. Jones explains, that was never possible.
Her name was Lori Bailey, and she really was the one who ran the Lorraine Motel. On the afternoon of April 4th, 1968, Dr. King speaks with Mrs. Bailey, who's standing on the balcony, and he says, "Listen, Mrs. Bailey, if the food over at Reverend Kyle's home is not good, I'm going to come back and count on you." And she kind of blushed and said, "Of course, anything for you, Dr. King." And then they go back into the kitchen area of the diner of the Lorraine. And then the shot rings out, and the Baileys hear it from inside. They walk outside, and they see Dr. King mortally wounded on the second floor, right outside of room 306. And immediately, Mrs. Bailey says, why? She took her hand, and she kept hitting the side of her temple to the point where he could see her blood vessels moving. Oddly enough, Mr. Bailey left the Lorraine Motel a few hours. He wakes his wife when there's police and investigators all over the motel's grounds, and he goes to his other job at the Holiday Inn on Lamar Avenue. And he gets a call from his brother, Beatrice Bailey, and Beatrice says, Lori's not answering, she's not answering. And then they finally get to her, and they find her slumped over, and she's gone into a coma, into a stroke, where she never gains consciousness again, and actually dies at 9 a.m. on April the 9th, 1968. We know now that a blood vessel ruptured in her brain.
Mr. Jones and I walk through the tunnel to the basement of the rooming house, and then take the elevator up to the second floor. We come upon a glass case displaying the rifle that was found on the street just minutes after the shooting. Mr. Jones gives a small laugh and informs me that the scope on the rifle is still not properly sighted. The rooming house has been gut renovated, so on the inside it doesn't look like it did in 1968. But the room that Ray rented and the bathroom down the hall have been recreated to be replicas of what was found right after King was killed. Over the years, a lot has been made about Ray choosing room 5B because of its window, rather than the only other room which had no view but did have a stove. I asked Jones about 5B and what problems it might present to a would-be assassin.
You are able to see the Lorraine Motel, and you are able to see the second floor balcony of Lorraine Motel as well. Now, however, if your purpose is to assassinate Martin Luther King Jr. and you're using a rifle, you have a significant problem. In order to get a sufficient trajectory, one would have to walk outside of the bedroom of 5B, down the hall, and into a community bathroom in order to even get an attempt.
The problem with that window was, although you could see the rear part of the Lorraine Motel, you could not see room 306 where Dr. King was staying without opening the window and leaning out. And no one has ever said the shot was fired from there. I asked Mr. Jones to describe the bathroom, but I encourage the listener to look on our website to see the photo of the tiny room to better understand the issues at play here.
When you look inside of this very small community bathroom that was shared by other people who were staying on the same floor, you see a commode, you see a very small sink, and then to the left in the corner, right beneath a partially open window, there's a bathtub. Now here's a significant red flag with that. James Earl Ray was 6 feet in height, and the weapon that he admitted to buying in Birmingham, Alabama, a few days prior to Dr. King's death is not a small weapon at all. It's a fairly large weapon with a scope as well. And James Earl Ray, we know, was a right-handed marksman. I'm not 6 feet, I'm about 5'9", and I've gotten into that battle with a rifle that's not the size of the one that rifle is accused of using. And it was almost impossible for myself, also right-handed, to have gotten a sufficient trajectory. And my honest estimation is that if there was a shot fired from that community bathroom, which I don't think happened, you would have had to have been a left-handed marksman. To situate yourself in the bathtub, you're in a very uncomfortable position.
The bathroom window is small and leaves very little room for a weapon and a body to gain the needed angle to make the shot. Not impossible, but it's not like someone would just walk up to this window, take aim, and shoot something directly in front of them. As it exists today, the window is now open just a matter of inches, as it apparently was on the day of the murder. And it appears to me as though the wooden bottom frame of the window would block or partially block the view through the scope of the rifle, even assuming it was properly sighted. But what got me most when I looked at the bathroom is the tub. A small, narrow, old-fashioned bathtub with steep sloping sides. So instead of spreading his legs and creating a secure base for a difficult shot, our presumed shooter, Mr. Ray, has to stand with his feet close together inside this narrow bathtub and get all balanced and squared away at just the time that King came out of his room at the Lorraine. Then Ray fired the only bullet he had loaded into his gun because he was that certain of his skill with a rifle he had only owned for 4 days. Then there was the question of what needs to happen in the next couple of minutes. As soon as the fatal shot is fired, Ray would need to return to room 5B, place the rifle in a box, and throw his personal belongings into a bag made from a bedspread if he hadn't already done that, before making his way down to his car. But instead of just throwing his stuff into his car, he leaves the bag and the gun on the street. Harold Weisberg's 1971 book, Frame Up, was the first to call into question the official story of the King murder, and we all owe him a debt. He died in 2002, but I'd like to play for you here his take on the stuff found on the street with Ray's rifle.
It's ridiculous. He's required to have gone to his room in the flop house and picked up the widest collection of junk. Bobby pins, cans of beer that hadn't been opened. A guy has been a crime like that, he's fleeing for his life, going to pick up a couple cans of beer or a bobby pin. The box didn't hold the rifle, he had to put the rifle in that. All sorts of other junk, and a ridiculous collection of it. The one thing that bundle served to do was to point a finger at Ray.
Ryan Jones agrees with Weisberg's doubt about the likelihood that Ray was the one who left the bundle with the rifle on the street.
Why he would have ever have done that will always be a mystery. The car wasn't parked right in front of Jim's grill. It was parked a little closer to the firehouse, but it's close enough to where he does not have to run a significant long way. He had more than enough time. It was probably safer for him to just put the rifle in his car and drive off.
It was strange to stand on South Main with Ryan Jones and try to imagine things that had happened 50 years ago. There's no question that James Earl Ray rented room 5B from Bessie Brewer the day of the murder, but all the rest of it seems unlikely. I was grateful for the time Ryan Jones spent with me, so I asked him if he had anything else he wanted to say.
I think that this would have been a very, very interesting trial had Ray gone to trial. We have this weapon, and it's never, the ballistics and trajectory are not tested. The room change, why the weapon was found when it was found, who supplied Ray the aliases of Galt, Lohmeyer, Willard, Bridgman, Snade. And, this was a hate crime, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. This is a hate crime. Any Ku Klux Klansmen could have gotten Dr. King in Montgomery. They could have gotten him in Reidsville, Georgia. They could have gotten him in Birmingham. They could have gotten him in St. Augustine, Selma, Chicago. Walking the 221-mile distance from Memphis to Jackson at the March Against Fear. But no, they don't get him until he is opposing the Vietnam War in April of 1967 for the very last year. They wait and get him when he proposes on December 4th, 1967 to the Poor People's Campaign, where he wants to bring black and white people who are stricken by poverty to the nation's capital and to demand that the country, write the check to the people that are in the backyard versus in a war. I think that the story that we've been given for the past 53 years is just fictional. It's laughable in certain areas that this lemon was sold to the American public, that this insignificant man as James Earl Ray was able to kill Martin Luther King Jr. standing on a balcony of a Memphis hotel room and to flee and get away untouched, not once. At the end of the day, when we look at it, the people who hated him the most, the FBI, who was committed to discrediting him, to destroy him, who urged him to commit suicide in January 1965, are the same people responsible for investigating his death. If that's done a disservice to justice in this country, I don't know what. And I feel that the story will never rest, and I will never rest until we get to the bottom of it, until we get the justice that's due and served Dr. King's family into history.
If you're struggling with grief, relationships, or stress, and you feel like it's wearing you down, sometimes it helps to get help. And one of the things we've learned in the last couple of years is that doing things by remote has its advantages. So online therapy might be worth a try. BetterHelp is secure online therapy that offers phone or video sessions with a licensed professional therapist. BetterHelp is committed to providing great therapeutic matches, so they make it easy and free to change therapists if needed. It's more affordable than traditional on-site therapy, and financial aid is available. So check it out. Visit betterhelp.com/MLK and join the many.
Accidentally bought groceries with my boss's account and sent them to her house. So I sent her money to replace it, I sent her the money for it. I'm going to bring those home tomorrow. Anyways, I'm still doing an order for today so that we have food for today, right? And so I was thinking I could just, since I already got all the things for the other thing, if we get tortellini and we can make that with the I can make a ground meat sauce thing, tortellini, super easy. And then we'll bring groceries home tomorrow. And then I'm also getting snacks because I want snacks. What snacks would you still want the same? Whichever. Yeah. Okay.
thousands of people who have taken charge of their mental health with the aid of an experienced professional. In fact, so many people have been using BetterHelp that they are recruiting additional therapists in all 50 states. The MLK Tapes is sponsored by BetterHelp, and our listeners get 10% off their first month of online therapy at betterhelp.com/MLK. That's betterhelp.com/MLK.
USA Fibroid Centers wants you to be free of painful fibroids, bloating, cramping, heavy bleeding or between cycles, pain during intercourse, without a hysterectomy. Offering a minimally invasive non-surgical option called UFE, uterine fibroid embolization. Short recovery time, no hospital stay, and covered by most insurance. Call 929-200-3921. We are stronger when we fight fibroids together. 929-200-3921.
One of my court reporters was down at the Shelby County Courthouse and said there was a British English producer named Jack Saltman there, and he was going to be doing this teletrial that never occurred, the trial of James Earl Ray. I thought it was a hoax at first, but I threw on my coat, ran down 7 blocks on a cold winter's day, and there was Jack Saltman with contract in hand. He said, I need real-time court reporting for this trial I'm doing. It's going to be a real trial for all intents and purposes, but it will have no judicial weight. Trial of James Earl Ray.
I'm in Memphis, a block away from the former Lorraine Motel, talking to Brian Dominski, who is a court reporter and someone who has lived in Memphis for most of his life. For the last 3 decades, he's had a front row seat for some of the more important events in the ongoing challenge to the story of how Martin Luther King was murdered. As we just heard, Brian's entrance into the case began when he offered himself as a court reporter to an English producer who was attempting to stage a mock trial of James Earl Ray. The trial was to mimic, in all possible ways, a real trial, with a retired federal judge presiding, attorneys arguing both sides, and an impartial jury to hear the evidence and to come to a verdict. This is in 1993. An edited tape of the trial was televised on HBO on the 25th anniversary of the murder of Martin Luther King.
It was a little surreal doing my job as a court reporter, but to my left is a track with a gurney on it and a big television camera filming me. It was cool stuff. I enjoyed it.
And who were the attorneys involved?
Bill Pepper, William Pepper, and Hickman Ewing Jr., who was our United States District Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee. Prior to that, he had left that post, and they hired him as the prosecutor versus Bill. James Earl Ray testified via satellite for 2 full days, and one of the days was vigorous cross-examination by Hickman Ewing Jr. The jury was sequestered every evening. It was done airtight, better than the ones that I actually would handle in my other court reporting life.
And for our listeners who were not in class that day, what was the result of the trial?
That Ray was not guilty of the assassination of Martin Luther King.
Okay, so tell us about Bill Pepper. What was he like?
He was very difficult during that entire time. He was, frankly, he was an ass to everybody. And as you and I know, he's a charming, wonderful man. But during that trial, it was so intense, because he was having his shot now. He was extremely intense, and he was difficult to everybody. He even made his co-counsel cry during the trial. April Ferguson made her cry because I don't know what the issue was, but she left the table during one of the days in tears.
Did you feel going into the HBO trial that there was something wrong with the King murder, or did you basically think that Ray had done it? What was your mindset before you went in, or did it change during the trial?
I had an open mind. As the days unfolded, though, I was just astounded at what I didn't know and then what I was learning.
What witnesses stick out in your mind from that trial?
Well, there's Lieutenant Hamby, who was sent to Coroner Francisco's office to pick up the slug and bring it back to Director Holloman's office, the head of Fire and Police of Memphis. He swore it was an intact bullet, and now, even at the Civil Rights Museum across the street from where we're at, there was this 3 fragments of a bullet. I recall they were going to put Lloyd Jowers on the stand, or I think he actually was on the stand, and there were certain questions that Judge Frankel said, we're not going there. We're not going to ask this. Well, Pepper tried to ask it anyway. He asked Mr. Jowers, well, what were you doing behind your bar and grill on that day? And Judge Frankel said, you'll see me in chambers right now. And they went into chambers, Hick Ewing and Jowers' lawyer, Lewis Garrison, and Bill, and they came back out and they took Jowers off the stand.
Frankel had some objection to asking Jowers whether he was involved or what he might have been doing.
Correct. Now, during the HBO trial is when I first saw the photograph of the open window where they alleged Ray fired the shot from in the rooming house. Sergeant Papilla testified, and he said that he came upon the scene at approximately 6:30 and goes up to the rooming house and then requisitions a photographer to come up there. So that's the exact position of the window. And in the Civil Rights Museum, there is a photograph of that on the wall. And when you look at that window when it's open, we couldn't go in the bathroom and measure it. 3-4 inches max. If you take the Remington Game Master with scope and you put it into that window sill, the scope then abuts into the wood of the windowsill. That's the first time I came across that evidence. After the HBO trial, we left shaking hands and he went on his way. I went on my way thinking I'd never hear from him again. About 3 years later, he calls me up out of the blue and says, I need to use your services in your conference room, Brian, and I want you to be the court reporter. We have another trial coming up, a civil trial involving Dr. King's death, and this one will be in Shelby County Circuit Court, and we need to take some depositions. Can you do that? And of course I said yes, and it was a different William Pepper this time around. I like to say that once that aired on HBO, national television, it shook things loose because people saw that and they said, I was there that day too, or I know this. And they started contacting William Pepper or others saying, I'd like to come forth and give you my testimony of what happened. So that was a real watershed event for the case.
So who did you depose?
We had a series of people like Glenda Grabo, the captain of the fire station, Carthel Whedon, taxi drivers. We deposed Jowers, although I didn't do Jowers' deposition, one of my associates did it that day. A lot of the people that appear in the 99 trial were deposed first.
Now you said you deposed Glenda Grabo. Tell me about Glenda Grabo.
Well, she was extremely nervous. She was going to testify at trial, but she became ill. She didn't want to take the stand in a public forum, but she did give her deposition. It speaks for itself, but she tied in the fact that she knew Raul, the operative that we had learned, that was Ray's operative leading him around the country.
I'm kind of interested in your perception of her as a person. Did you have some reason to come and make up a story that you're aware of?
I sensed she was fearing for her life just giving her deposition. I mean, she was extremely nervous, and Pepper had to kind of draw out from her. By this point, William Pepper was representing the King family, not James Earl Ray. They've come to him and they said, you know, we know you're onto something. We believe what you've got. We'd like to retain you for the civil trial.
What was it like, I don't know, being there with Coretta Scott King?
I'm not a big spiritual person, but when Mrs. King, she was the first witness. When she took the stand, the jury hadn't come out yet, and the court reporter's spot was right in front of the witness stand. So Mrs. King was standing there, and I introduced myself, and we chatted for a moment. And she had this angelic glow about her, just a specially touched person. And again, I'm not spiritual, but she had just this glow or aura that she was unique.
We are listening to a conversation that I had this past summer with court reporter Brian Dominski, who's been involved in the King case in one way or another for 30 years. He has told us how he was brought in as court reporter for the 1993 HBO mock trial, which found James Earl Ray not guilty of murdering Martin Luther King, and how he served the same function in the 1999 civil trial, King Family versus Jowers, which found that Dr. King had been killed by a conspiracy. But in the 20-plus years following the civil trial, Dominski participated in or was witness to a half-dozen events that brought new understanding to the murder of Dr. King. One of those events was something Dominski did on his own, the publication of the entire transcript of the 99 civil trial.
It took me a good 5 years because I was fearful too that if I put this out, particularly under my name in Memphis, I'd have lawyers saying I'm never using Dominski again. I finally came to the conclusion, I said, somebody's going to find this transcript in my attic one day after I'm deceased and go, oh my God, this is the 99 King trial, and then read it and go, wait a second, they've just proved that it wasn't James Earl Ray.
The book is titled The 13th Juror, and anyone can buy it online. It is 750 pages, a complete record of the civil trial, and it was a tremendous help to me in the making of this podcast. Another unique contribution by Dominski was his in-depth interview of Lewis Garrison, the lawyer for the self-confessed conspirator, Lloyd Jowers.
So we have Lewis Garrison, who represented Lloyd Jowers from approximately 1972, and he was his lawyer for the HBO trial, he was a lawyer for the 99 trial. I know Lewis, he's a Memphis lawyer. I'd known him over the years. We would chat about the case because we both intimately involved. So in 2017, Lewis calls me. He says, Brian, because of your involvement in the case and being a licensed court reporter stenographer, I'd like you to come to my office. I want to tell you everything I know. Lewis is about 89 at this point, 87. And I don't know if it was a catharsis or what, but I videoed it as well. Since there wasn't any legal proceeding pending anymore, I just called it a video affidavit of Lewis Garrison. Not attached to any legal proceeding, but yet I swore him in under oath. And he being a member of the Memphis Bar, he felt that oath was binding. And he testified for about an hour and a half, and he spoke of everything that Mr. Jowers had told him over the years as his lawyer. But he said the Jowers had received $100,000 from Mr. Liberto and bought the cab company shortly, sometime after the assassination, and how he could have never done that, owning a greasy spoon bar and grill, and he didn't have $100,000 to buy that. And Lewis Garrison said he bought the cab company with the money he got for acting as the facilitator. Lewis had said when Lloyd Jowers was passing away on his deathbed, he called Lewis up, and the day before he died, he told Lewis that, yes, I was the shooter. Now, that's in juxtaposition to two other stories that we know.
Dominski was also in the room with Bill Pepper and Martin King III for the 2003 sworn deposition of Lenny Curtis.
Lenny Curtis was a janitor at the MPD shooting range and gym. And on the day of the assassination, Lenny Curtis testified that Frank Strausser had came in early that day and was carrying a rifle and went down to the shooting range and was constantly firing away. Around noon, Director Holloman, Mayor Loeb, and two people he doesn't know in suits and ties come and meet with Frank Strausser in a conference room. He's next door sweeping, he's trying to listen in, and he doesn't quite pick up on what they're talking about, but they leave. Strausser then goes and practices a little longer and then leaves in a sports car with the rifle.
As we heard Curtis tell us in episode 11, he felt certain that Strausser was intending to shoot Dr. King. Curtis tried to call a minister he knew to pass the warning along, but he couldn't get through. Curtis told his story in the presence of Martin King III with a promise that no one could listen to it or even hear of it until after he had died. But after Curtis did die, Bill Pepper sought out Frank Strausser and offered him $500 if he would have lunch with him. Strausser agrees, and the two men meet, and Brian Dominski is sitting at a nearby table.
Ahead of time, Bill asked that I have him wired for sound, and we did a rudimentary attempt at that, recorder in his pocket. But Bill welcomed him, and they sat down, and they had about a 45-minute chat about what life was like in 1968 in Memphis and that sort of thing.
In episode 11, you can hear our recreation of Pepper's conversation with Frank Strausser that Brian Dominski overheard and taped via recorder in Bill Pepper's shirt pocket. Dominski was also in the room, this time as a court reporter, during the stunning 7-hour sworn deposition by Ronnie Lee Atkins.
Ronnie Lee was a fascinating, interesting man. He was an Iron Horseman, biker, and his family, they were the Dixie Mafia family. Not mafia as in Italian mafia, Dixie Mafia as in Southern tough guys that do things, illicit things, and they still exist. He gave his deposition for 7 hours. At first I was skeptical. He almost looks like Hulk Hogan. He's got this flowing hair, big mustache. The guy had to be 280, but really built strong. But as he gave his testimony over those 7 hours, he had so many intricate Memphis facts. No, he's from Memphis, so it's understandable, but he had so much detail that he couldn't have possibly made this up. He was telling the story of his life and his family's life back in the day.
As we were beginning to pack up, I asked Brian Dominski if, looking back, he felt encouraged by all the people that have braved the storm and come forward and all the evidence they have brought with them, or was he discouraged by how immune to it all the lies surrounding King's murder seemed to be? He was upbeat.
Pepper would like this. I'm a wax poetic, but Dr. King used to like to quote, "The truth-crushed earth will rise again." So as the years pass, it's rising, it's coming out, but we're not totally there. Now, the 99 trial is a wonderful template, and there's more, of course, that we've unearthed, and there's still a little bit more that we don't have. But we did a pretty good job in those two trials.
This is Bill Klaver, creator of the MLK tapes. Before we walk away from the podcast, I wanted to play the interviews you just heard of two people who have had a front row seat as this story has played out in Memphis. For most of us, the murder of Martin Luther King is something that took place over 50 years ago. But for Ryan Jones and Brian Dominski, it is a battle between truth and lies that is still very much alive today. If you are with us this far, I would like to think that you now know a great deal more about the murder of Martin Luther King than you did before. And considering the importance of the man murdered, I hope that feels odd to you. And it should, because most Americans think King was killed by a lone assassin driven by racial hatred. They think this because for 50 years the American media has seen fit to champion the single corrupt story that was provided to them, and to allow for nothing else. So, for example, if you have written a book that challenges the official version of this crime, as Bill Pepper has done, your book, no matter how carefully vetted, will not even be reviewed. Polite people don't talk about the murder of Dr. King. But podcasts offer a way around those gatekeepers. So we have put the evidence as we know it into audio episodes and shot them out into the ether, where from now on anyone can access them. Anyone can hear how Percy Foreman was paid to make sure that James Earl Ray pled guilty, and they can ask themselves, how did this happen, and why? And of course, none of this could have happened if Bill Pepper hadn't decided to investigate the murder of his friend Martin King. So I want to thank Bill again for those efforts, and for his bravery. I also want to thank Donald Albright and Jamie Albright of Tenderfoot TV, and Matt Frederick and Trevor Young of iHeartMedia, for the belief in the importance of this story and for their confidence in me. I'm grateful for their exceptional talent and for the spirit they brought with it. It's not every day that one gets to shatter a lie as big as this one.
Thanks for listening to the MLK Tapes, a production of iHeartRadio and Tenderfoot TV. This podcast is not specifically endorsed by the King family or the King estate. The MLK Tapes is written and hosted by Bill Klaver. Matt Frederick and Alex Williams are executive producers on behalf of iHeartRadio, with producers Trevor Young and Jesse Funk. Donald Albright and Payne Lindsay are executive producers on behalf of Tenderfoot TV, with producers Jamie Albright and Meredith Stedman. Original music by Makeup and Vanity Set. Cover art by Mr. Soul 216, with photography by Artemis Jenkins. Special thanks to Owen Rosenbaum and Grace Royer at UTA, the Nord Group, Beck Media and Marketing, Envision Business Management, and Station 16. If you have questions, you can visit our website, themlktapes.com. We posted photos and videos related to the podcast on our social media accounts. You can check them out at the MLK Tapes. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio and Tenderfoot TV, please visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
You know why your goals matter. At UMBC, we know how to help you achieve them. Explore ideas and learn how to create and solve with the support of fellow big thinkers. Find out how UMBC makes all the difference. Learn more at umbc.edu/how.
Turn your dreams into reality by taking control of your future. The 30 colleges and 7 universities of Minnesota State offer more than 3,800 academic programs. That means endless opportunities with access to countless resources to help you reach your goals, all with the lowest tuition in Minnesota. Learn more and apply to a Minnesota State college or university at minnState.edu. That's minnState.edu. Minnesota State, extraordinary education, exceptional value.
With producers Trevor Young and Jesse Funk. Donald Albright and Payne Lindsay are executive.
Wow. Holy fuck. Am I gonna instantly lose this area? Wow. I can't, buddy. You died. No, chicken man. Don't you dare touch the chicken man. Yo, his face is messed up. Nice. There was a gym back there. I didn't miss it. What the fuck? Oh no. Wow, my chicken man!
No.
Just one shot of my chicken man. My chicken man had full health. I should have switched him out. Dude, I just lost so many Pokemon. Oh my god. Like, I don't have a full party anymore.
There's chips and donuts. And do you want me to make you a coffee drink with creamer?
Yeah. Thank you. can't believe I just lost the chicken, man.